Hey, 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 Queen Common Sense back in the building. I apologize for that again. My live stream on Facebook just said kaplunk because the battery died. So I'm back. I was supposed to be here at 8:30, but I got caught up at the tail end of my brother Lance Scurv show. And I did a live stream on my empathangie page briefly, and I had a change of mind, and I said, you know what, we gonna skin this cat one way or another, and I'm gonna do a live stream on my regular Facebook and back over here to support Black first. Support Black first. So I'm here to do a continuum of what we were doing over there on Facebook, and things. My battery shut down on my phone, so I had to move over to my other device here, so we can get going and get some things done and make some moves and some progress. Um, as always, I'm here hustling for the $40 goal that we set for ourselves every day in building butterfly totem and working for what we need, which is healing, to provide it and receive it and share it. So I'm here, to just kind of segue over from what Brother Lance was talking about over there on that platform, segue over here and bring the goodness over here of what was shared on that show. And I encourage you to subscribe over there. And when he does his live streams, you never really know when it's going to pop up, because he's a busy dude. He got his own cipher he's trying to maintain and hold it together, just like I am over here. It's nothing different, nothing new. Human beings have to pay to live. And it's not easy, which is why I have set a very attainable goal for 2 people or 4 people to book a reading with me, email or live. And this is an investment in yourself. And I was talking about support Black first. And I used Starbucks as an example. We can get up in the morning, get ready for our day, whatever we're going to do. And before we head off and punch that clock, we stop off at Starbucks. We say we're going to spend $5 a day, $25 a week, $100 a month, $1,200 a year on Starbucks. And $40 a day with 2 readings at $20 a person, 2 people. That's 4 email readings. And this is like 80 to 90% off the normal price. If you go to my support button on my YouTube channel, you'll see my Yola site is up there. You'll see my empathangie page is up there. When you go over to my empathangie page, you see the book now button. That takes you to my Yola site, where you will see the prices, my regular prices. And a reading is something that is very, very sophisticated. We don't just sit down and chant and then tell you what just pops into mind. Readings are interacting with energy, just like it is verbally, mentally as well, and psychologically. A lot of things that I pick up on with doing a reading, is something that I have to release. And sometimes it's not always easy to release and purge what's absorbed. So your feet hit the floor. You decide you're going to go get some Starbucks. And, you know, you're paying for the cup, the label on the cup, the brand, not the coffee, because it takes about 5 cents to make that coffee. And then you put all that stuff in it. So then you put it in a cup that says Starbucks with fancy, you think it's recycled paper and all that. You're paying for all that. Mostly it's the cup and the lid that you're paying for. So you can spend $1,200 at $5 a pop the whole year on Starbucks. And if you have that to do, then a donation for Black first cause, brand, business, service, you can donate something to your fellow sister or brother who is grinding and don't have to. Because YouTube is free. You don't have to subscribe. You don't have to pay anything to come on YouTube. There ain't no monthly cost to do it. Just like Facebook is free. You know, Instagram is free. Twitter is free. And you come here for entertainment. You come here to share. You come here to pick up or release something. And if you can regularly visit and support somebody's channel, like myself or Lance Scurv or anybody else Black, I've said it before, all the subscribers between the two of us, I know easily we got 3,000 people. All of them are not active and online all day, every day, following everything we do. No. But if you say out of 3,000 subscribers collectively, if everybody were to donate $1, it would be easy to clear $100. Excuse me, 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So it would be easy to clear $1,000. I said 100. That was a mistake. It'd be easy to clear $1,000 if we get everybody moving and we inspire people to think before they spend, to think before they make a decision on Starbucks or Black first. So that's why I'm here, to light a fire under our people collectively. We sit on here and talk shit about each other. Look what this one going through. Look what that one going through. Oh, you a broke bitch. You a broke nigga. You don't have shit. You over here e-begging. But we can throw money at people who are admittedly scamming us and blindly follow the leader, the piccolo player, with this gender war bullshit. We can commend some strange weirdo with mental illness on you praising people to be abusive to you. That's why I say Black folks love abuse. We love it, and we don't know how to change that pathology, because and polite and sweet to another Black person, they think something is wrong with you, not them. And then you can see the other side of that coin, and someone else come along and call them all types of niggas and stupid motherfuckers, and hey, I was, you know, I'm just kidding, and they go right off into the sunset together, and that's okay. Common decency and respecting each other's humanity is a lost art form. We don't respect each other. That's why it is so hard to support Black first. If you go into Starbucks, or if you go into Red Lobster, or if you go into any of those establishments, you don't walk up to the counter, or if the waitress or the server comes to talk to you, you don't try to negotiate the price and talk them down off the prices on the menu. Why do we do that to each other with our services and goods that we produce? Why? We do not respect Black first. So I'm here to change that and begin to change, because there was a caller that called in to state the obvious again on that show. It's ups and downs, anything does. To state the obvious. Well, it's going to be real hard. No shit. It's going to be real hard to get Black folks to support. And see, that is why the root of the weed needs to be exterminated. That is why we cannot progress beyond that. Because you see somebody doing something new, you see somebody trying to make change, you see somebody trying to evolve from that old ass mantra. It's gonna be but that's why we're here. That's why Black-owned businesses. That's why we got people who are building and trying to grow and trying to manifest something. Give the fuck up, because you got one, just like roaches, whereas one of those is 100 more on every other platform calling in just to be right, just to be heard. Another Black person saying it's gonna be real hard to get Black folk to support. And I bet you the caller, that one, the messenger of that mantra that we already know to be true, has not donated $1 to anything. They're the ones blindly stuffing their faces with McDonald's and, Outback Steakhouse and Old Country Buffet, and looking at us spiritualists and her holistic healers, vegans, pescatarians like we crazy. Because, child, you go eat that food, I got to have food that tastes good. Well, I'm here to tell you, not only can I refer you to people who can throw down on food, holistic, organic food, and make it taste like soul food, I'm one of them. I can take some asparagus and you would never even know it was how I fixed it and prepared, and it'll still be good for you without adding all that. That's just one example. And that's the type of people that we need to stay away from, because my response was, well, we do realize it's going to be difficult. It is difficult now to get people to subscribe and truly put their money where their mouth is. That's the biggest problem in the Black nation, is getting us to put our money where our mouth is. We can fund campaigns of drama. We can switch back and forth over to one stream to the other, donating to each other's fuckery and degenerate behavior. We can do that. But we can't support something positive and say, you know what? Maybe I'm not into a reading. Maybe I didn't like that stream that Lance did over there, But I'm going to just donate $1 because it seems to be a good thing here. And it's making progress. It's growing. Whenever I come back through this channel here, I see more and more stuff, and I hear more and more people calling in different. That's another thing. I'm so sorry to say, Black people are creatures of habit. And all these habits we see are dysfunctional. It's not healthy. I don't know, but I'm just a person that I like to be happy. I like to be peacefully happy. I don't look for outside validation for my internal happiness. I don't need a bunch of people around me telling me, making me laugh, giving me energy, trying to, program my happiness? I don't know. A peanut gallery, a crowd. You got to have backup to feel satisfied. I don't know. This just me. You know, I like to be alone in my thoughts a lot. I like to be able to think clearly without somebody talking in my ear, without two people in the back arguing, without somebody hollering on their cell phone to another person about nothing. That's disturbing after a while. And it's ongoing, you know. Watching all the stuff that I see on a lot of these black platforms on here is disturbing. You know, I don't know how people absorb it and watch it every single day and not come out damaged on the other side to some degree. You know, that's the problem, because then you have people who are damaged from watching it. Their mind is warped, and then they come to channels like Lance, myself, and many other positive channels out there, platforms out there, and say dumb shit that's obvious. Like, it's going to be hard for you to get this movement going. We know that. That's why we're here trying to start somewhere. Well, I still say it's going to be, see, mental illness. It's real. You know, and I can break that down. But we ain't going to go there today because I have a goal to reach. And your donations will be greatly welcomed in the $2, $5. It's Friday, y'all. It's Friday. It's payday. For me, I have to make every day payday for me. You know, I have to make my money every day in order to get it popping, in order to keep things moving, in order to have what I need every day. $40 a day. And all I'm saying is, if I'm promoting my business, if I'm out here hustling and grinding and doing what I gotta do, then I deserve to earn my keep, right? I'm earning my keep. So if you can't book a reading, then maybe you can provide a donation of $2. Maybe that extra cup of coffee or that extra Big Mac, you can forego that and say, you know what, instead of spending this $5 on McDonald's, let me help my sister friend get a little bit closer to her goal. Let me help Lance have a little cushion just in case he might need something extra for his studio. You know, that's the type of investments we need to think about Black first. That's the type of mindset we need to develop in order to maintain, grow, and build onto the Black nation, the Black owned sole proprietors, the businesses. That's the mindset. Instead of investing in corporations that are only slowly but surely killing us, we need to take that extra money that we would use on a gossip magazine or a book and send $1 to a channel that we watch every day, that has some positive information, has positive energy, you know. And that's what a lot of Black folks don't want to be positive. Black folks don't want nothing out of life. And we've proven it every day when we ignore the beliefs and the needs of others. You know, we need to support Black first. Support Black first when your feet hit the floor with a purpose. You know, support Black first. You know, the first thing I do when I get up, whether I am in a place that I want to be, or let me see who might need something today. Let me see if one of my people is going through something. you know, and if I can do anything to help resolve that issue, then I can move on to do my other normal daily business. And it has really shown a return for me. It works for me because what I put out, I get back. And I may not have really needed much up until May of 2016, but when May of 2016 rolled around and I didn't have that steady, reliable income from a corporation, the village kicked in. And I spoke on what I needed, and I put my plan in action, and I started to refire up all my skills from college, from trade school, from learning, from going through experiences, from going without. And I fired that up, and I got my ass to work, and I began to put my situation back together again and bring order back from chaos. So y'all can say what you want about a black woman or a black man or black folks, but I know for a fact that we would have a whole lot more to choose from when it comes to black owned businesses and brands if we wasn't the way that we are toward each other. You know, all these imaginary movements, all these debates and lectures where y'all pouring money into these people and they're not doing a goddamn thing to truly improve the state of black folks and bring healing. They're not doing it. You know, how long was the damn campaign, The Black Woman is God? How much money did these niggas make off of propaganda and hot air and bullshit? But I bet you they can tell you how many people they slept with and had sex with. I bet you they can tell me how fat they behinds were. Who did it heal? Who did it help? Because I still see the gender war back and forth over that now, over the black woman being God now. People still going back and forth. That ain't shit. You ain't shit. You don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do. No, you don't. You know, and Lance will sit up until the sun come up. We was up until 7 o'clock this morning. I crashed out and woke up at about 6, and I spent from 6 to 7 with him. He was still up. He did a 5-hour stream. Didn't get a dime for it. Running his electricity, his equipment that he paid for out of his pocket, decorated a room in his house to stream for us so we can come and talk and be heard. And if you want something from him, he'll give it to you. He helped me in my situation and never asked for anything back. Just pay it forward. So that's what I'm doing now. And we're going to turn this beast around the right direction and push this devil out the door. And if I just have a meager $40 a day, that's my goal every day, $40 a day, in comparison to somebody who is a fraud, a scam, and a danger to the whole black community as a whole, and y'all can't see through that. She hating, she mad, she a jealous black bitch. She just don't want to see no black man have nothing. Wrong. Because I'm supporting a black man now on my channel, Lance Scurv, who deserves to have donations pouring in. Pouring in. Every time he do a stream, it's fire. You get something from it. You meet somebody new. You have a conversation that needs to be had, and you're heard and validated, and it's recorded. So it's out there forever. He don't get anything for that. For his play, it could be an even bigger play. It could be his own radio station by now. If we came together and put our money where our mouth is versus a bunch of talk and sitting back scratching your butt talks And oh, this is entertaining. Oh, are you entertained? When you go to the movie, you're entertained, right? You pay a fee to get in the movie. You pay for your ticket. You don't have to pay for no ticket on YouTube. Now, what if one of Lance's microphones go out? What if one of his computers shut down? You feel me? What if something happens in his home to where it's flooded and his equipment is destroyed? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you come back soon, Lance. Are we going to band together and make a GoFundMe to get him $5,000-$10,000 worth more of equipment like they did with George Zimmerman when he murdered Trayvon Martin, and they got $1 million or $2 million together for his legal team, and he wound up blowing that money on bullshit? I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just saying. You know, and this ain't popular. You know, this ain't mainstream regurgitated, remixed, and recycled drama. This ain't gossip. This ain't repeating the same lie over and over and over again like you see on all these other channels where y'all flock over there, you know, to do it, to destroy and tear down somebody and talk shit about somebody and laugh about shit. No, this ain't one of them. So it's not gonna be popular, you know. Lance said the best. I've said it too 1,000,000 times. If I was a numbers person and all that mattered to me like it does those low frequency beings, we wouldn't even be here now. You know, we wouldn't even be here now. If YouTube were to really truly count correctly, you would see how misguided we are as a people. The things that are valuable to us, the things that mean something to us, the things we put our most time into, is no use for it. Counterproductive to progress. You know? Oh, you need to shut the fuck up. You think you know everything. You always over here talking shit about what we need to be doing. Yes, I am. And I'm doing it. I'm doing it and still getting shit on for it. You need to work for what you want. I do every day. And like I was saying on my Facebook stream, it's only niggas, only black people that will no call, no show after wasting your time, making you sit up and repeat the same thing 5 to 10 times. How hard is it to book an appointment with a black-owned esthetician service? You got to ask the prices 6 and 7 times. You got to set the time up and down, back and forth, and change and reschedule it in that one phone call. You don't know what you want, when you want it, or why. And then be the first one to not show the fuck up after making a big deal about it. Like I said, I had 5 appointments booked yesterday. $70 a pop. Therapeutic, massage therapy, pedicures, hair treatments, all of them black. None of them showed up. $70 times 5. Do the math. $350. Made in 5 hours. Would have been 5 hours. That's 3 hours shy of a full day's work. By myself, on my own, doing what I do that I taught myself and learned through my lifetime, because I'm an uneducated black bitch now. I'm useless now. See, y'all don't want me to keep, y'all see, I'm just telling you the truth. All black folks, and I'm not complaining, I'm making a point. I'm making a point. Even when you have a good or a service, if you have a product, black people want to talk you down off the price because they know it's difficult for you to get business as a black person. Well, I know she need this money. This item is $20, so if I give her $15, she'll still be happy with that. And if she got a problem with me insulting her on lowering her prices, I just won't buy shit, and I'm gonna go talk shit about her because she checked me for insulting me for asking her to lower the prices for me. because I'm black and I feel like I'm entitled to fuck with and take away from another black person who just might have a corner on something, have something, you know, nailed down, and I don't. I don't have my own business. So why she got hers, she need to just give this to me for 15 instead of 20, because we both, hey, that's my sister. No, you need to pay the 20. And then if she provides good customer service, give her a little tip. That's what you do with the corporations and the mass produced goods and services out there. You don't question when you walk into Walmart and say, how come this bag of dog food is 20 and it's not 15? They'll tell you, go down the shelf a couple of steps to that brand and you can buy the $15 brand instead of trying to make me sell you this brand for 20. That's what what you gonna do. Would you write to Purina and tell them to lower your prices? You know, lower your prices, because you know that 50-pound bag of dog food should not be $50. It should be about $42. So I wish you would lower your prices. You know, because I need that big bulk dog food, and that bulk price is not right. You wouldn't do that to a major corporation or company, would you? No. Give me a minute. Let me see if I can get this chat room up here, because I'm having another issue with the chat, and it should be up, but I don't see it. So let me restart YouTube on this other tab and see if I can bring it back up on the flip side. I don't know what's going on here. It seems like whenever I stream lately, it's having some glitches and upsets. You know, we as a people have a lot of suggestions and shoulda, coulda, wouldas, and what you need to do is. And a way to shut that all down is to just say, are you willing to invest in helping me get to that point? Are you willing to lend $1? Now, let me see. I don't know if this is correct. Here's my example. I have 1,577 subscribers. I know a lot of those is trolls and a bunch of bullshitters. Okay, fine. But $1, $1,500, right there. Bam. But you know, again, we too busy shooting on each other and telling each other defeatist mantras like it's gonna be real hard for you to get black folk to support. I know that. Thank you very much. However, do you have $1? You have $1. Do you have anything that you can give that will help motivate, promote, and elevate? I'm just saying. Then they get mad and want to hang up. Well, I'm sorry, I was just saying. We know what you was just saying. We know what you was just saying, and we know that already. We don't need you to reiterate what we already know. Okay? We don't need you to come in and further grind in the fact that you want to be obstinate. You want to point out the fact that black folks are obstinate, and then what from there? How is that serving a greater good? That's what I would like to know. Restating the obvious, how is that helping anybody progress and evolve? Hey, Omniversal, what's happening? You know, we just over here. You know, I'm trying to get it in. I'm trying to get my work done today. You know, meet my goal, drop off some love and some knowledge and another way to look at things from a black first perspective. We need to put black first. When your feet hit the floor and you pop on YouTube, black first. Hit Queen Common Sense with $5 this week. It's Friday. It's Friday. People told me last week they would take care of me today. Queen, I saw your video. You move me. I'm going to send you a little donation to something to love on you with. I'm going to give this to you, and we're going to make this work, and I'm on the train with you, sister.
And did they?
No.
Hmm.
Hey, bro.
Hey,
Love you. You're supposed to be asleep.
you too. I am up cooking. I'm up cooking food on the grind.
I hear you. It
Yes,
never
I am.
stops. It don't ever stop.
I am exhausted to the end because I've been up all day since yesterday.
Me too.
I'm sorry for interrupting your channel and your information that you're giving.
I'm glad you're here
Thank you.
because
Thank
you
you.
need the exposure, and we have to have this where we touch and agree on this. It really bothers me. It really bugs me.
It does. It does. I was just looking at some videos and how they can go viral with such negative information. But the videos that need to go viral, such as yours, you know, it's not. It doesn't.
Yeah, and I mean, like I was using the Starbucks thing. The Filipinos and the Koreans and the Asians come over here and treat us like shit
Hmm.
when we patronize their spas and their nail salons and things. They talk shit about us while we sitting there,
Hmm.
okay? And we still fork over $45 for them cat claws and turpentine to be placed on our fingertips. And I had 5 appointments yesterday, bruh. 5. $70 1-hour massages.
Oh
All
wow.
black people. Didn't show.
Oh wow.
You know I was bad. You already know. You know
Of
how I.
course. Don't wait. Don't waste time. You know. And it kind of prevents a person from going independent. To be very honest with you, it kind of makes you feel, is it all worth going independent sometimes, due to the fact that when it comes to independent businesses, we put so much effort. So, and I apologize, I'm a little tired. We put so much effort into what we do. It's an insult not to show up to something, you know, when we put so much effort into the things that we do. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, and the programming is real. I point it out all the time. The programming is real. A man will come, and I understand, men prefer female masseuse, and that's fine, okay? But the programming of the general male mindset is to sexually harass and assault your technician before you book an appointment to see what you can get away with, to feed your sickness. And again, I'm not complaining, and I'm not bashing my men. However, it's the truth. It's the truth. And
Exactly.
I have to listen to that first. And that sometimes I can read the text right now just to give my people a snapshot of how hard it is to maintain and how much energy is drained from us at the end of the day. I have to listen to that shit on the phone or read it. Now, I have a family. I have children that I'm supporting. This person doesn't give a fuck about my family. They don't care what type of energy that I'm carrying around before they call. They don't care what I'm facing at that moment. And then they say the things they say and do the things they do and then don't show up. At least kiss me first before you fuck me. That's how we feel. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm telling y'all the truth. That's how we feel. It is very difficult to sit and be harassed and damn near stalked. It was one dude that wouldn't stop texting me at 3 o'clock in the morning. Are you available? Available? What are you talking about? I wouldn't answer ever. I'd never answered at that hour. However, they know my hours. They know I'm mobile. They know the area where I'm at. So what do you think I have to do every time I dart that door? I have to be ready. Hmm? Anybody could roll up on me and say, that's the bitch that wouldn't let me talk shit to her. I'm in a bad mood. I'm high. I'm drunk. My wife wouldn't sleep with me last night, so I'm going to get this hoe. That's what we go through as business owners, soul black businesses. And we come online and we ask for donations because we're trying to make it through to the next hour sometimes. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm going through. People poke fun at people who have misfortunes in life. I have skills, just like you do. I'm using my skills. And I say, you know what, I need a donation. I cut my prices because I'm just trying to get through to the next phase. Then you have that caller on the show. It's going to be real hard. Why are we further planting seeds of obstinance? That's my question. Why are we further grinding in the fact that it's going to be an uphill, slippery slope? America is a machine. Yes, yes, yes. Bliss is in the heart of the angel who finds her oasis in the desert. That's true too. That's very powerful statement, quote right there, you know. And it's even going through all of what I just described. Again, I'm not complaining, family. I'm not complaining. I'm telling you the truth, the walk, the fire that we go through when we are brave and bold enough to find bliss in the fucking desert. The oasis in the desert. That I'm still gonna grind. I'm still gonna do me. I'm still gonna accept appointments. I'm still gonna be stood up. I'm gonna keep doing it. Because if I quit, we won't have what we need through Butterfly Totem. And the inspiration of me doing this won't touch anybody else if I back down and quit and say, I'm sick of this shit. You understand? It takes a warrior to go through what we go through as independent business owners. It takes hard work, sacrifice, dedication, because the me that's off duty, if I was just off duty and I was not taking appointments and taking clients during the day, the me punched out, you would get cussed out, period. That's why, oh, you just a bitter black bitch. No, I'm not. I'm not here for your sexual toilet. I'm not here for that. Women were not created to be your emotional, spiritual punching bag. Hurt people hurt people. And I'm not here for that. I'm here to heal you. And telling you the truth, that's the start. You can't heal what you refuse to acknowledge. And I'm acknowledging the sickness in you coming at me sideways, and I'm a professional. I work hard just like you. You got off work to come to me to help you. I don't know if that makes sense. So for whatever reason, you feel you need to dump on professionals such as myself and many other talented women like that know how to Reiki, yoga, Pilates, your ass back in shape. Okay, if you don't want to book the appointment because she won't sleep with you, send her a donation. Say, you know what? Do you have a tip box? Can I send you something just because I like what I see? Okay, I know this is something good, something good. I'm just, let me send you a little love token. And I got to run with the example. 3 people watching, $5. Hit that blue support button, and I challenge you to love today. Just show a little extra love today and say, you know what? I'm not doing nothing. This little $5 is just sitting here. I can go over to Lance and I can give him 5, and I can come back over here to Queen and give her 5. That's $10 of love you done showed somebody with the intent of motivation, with the intent of progress. That's all I'm saying. I'm not selling you a damn pipe dream. You see my work. See what I'm doing. I'm not comparing myself to nobody else up this motherfucker, because it ain't no comparison. Well, I'm doing this and you doing that, and I'm real and you're not. Send me the money because I got this going and they don't. I'm a better man than them. I have something to offer. I know it's valuable. I know it's marketable. I know it sticks. I know it works. I know I have the talent, and I'm learning more talents and gaining more information. I'm a sponge, and I'm quick on the upkeep, on the uptake. I'm swift with it. I learn fast. So all you got to do is drop a token. You know what? She working her ass off. She going through this. She going through that. You know what? I have heard some horror stories, from my fellow nurses, female doctors, specialists. Human beings can be very disgusting. And these are people who make 6 figures or more a year doing what they do. And the male species in general is some sick beings. It don't matter how educated you are as a black woman. It doesn't matter what you do for a living, whether it's blue collar, white collar, sex worker, non-sex worker. In general, the male populace, they feel entitled to objectify you, whether you co-sign that shit and endorse it or not. That's one hurdle right there. One hurdle right there. So, I'm encouraging everybody to support Black first. Support somebody that you believe. It's so much on here, on YouTube, that we can tap into. Google Hangouts, Google Plus, whatever it is. It's so many wonderful venues that we can go to and gather information and knowledge, connect with people, network with people, and say, you know what? I can't afford your services right now, but I have this. What's your PayPal? Let me send this little something to you. So next month, I'm going to start pinching off my little pennies. I'm going to set that aside, and I'm going to patronize your services. I'm going to come hook you. I'm going to hook myself up and hook you up. And mean it. Make it a dedicated effort to follow through. That's another thing. We don't follow through on what the fuck we say we gonna do. It's really disheartening. I don't have it right now, but if you hit me up next week, I'll have it. Why do we have to chase each other? People remember what's important to them. You don't forget to stop off at Starbucks every day and spend your $5. But you forgot that you was going to send me $5 as a donation or get an email reading the following week. You forgot that. But you've been wanting a reading from me forever. We need to stop bullshitting each other, y'all. For real. So it's Friday now, and it's payday, and I'm being smart, just like any other corporation. They hit you up on the days of the week when they know that money is dropping. you know. And it's even so bad now, it's so horrible now. Black churches are trying to force members to show their W-2s to see how much they make, and say, you know what? You coming to church every Sunday, you eating up the buffet dinner every Sunday, you buying $7 dinners every Sunday, you make X amount a week, we gonna need 10% of that. We see your annual income and we know you ain't giving 10%. We need to see your W-2, see if you bullshit. Do I agree with it? No. Do I think it's genius? Hell yeah. I think it's an invasion of privacy, and it ain't nobody's business what anybody make, whether they attend a church, a member of the church, a tithing member or not. You should not be trying to force people to tithe or offer to that organization just for the greater good of one person. Give me 1 second again, please. Sorry. All right, sorry about that, fam. Grand Central Station. Okay. But yeah, you know, I lost my train of thought. What was it talking about? Somebody help me. What was I talking about? What's up, Alfonso? Se la esa tetas. I don't know what that means. No habla. I'm sorry. What was we talking about? Support, right? Where were we? Where I was? Supporting black businesses, support black first. What? Where were we? What was I saying? See, that's sleep deprivation. $5, right? Starbucks. Where was I? Somebody help me. Energy. The energy is changing. Energy is shifting. You know, I noticed that all those cancellations and all that self-entitled bullshit that people threw my way yesterday, I'm telling you, $350 right down the shitter. You know, because these particular individuals felt that, you know, I'm a female, I'm offering a service that's considered intimate, very intimate spiritual work like massage and stuff like that. If you know what you're doing, it's intimate. You know what? Let me see if I can capitalize sexually from this shit, because this is a sister. I know she probably, you know, don't have much. Possibly could be a whore. Because, you know, all black women are desperate to have our bottom chakra busted out. You know, this is the raw truth, everybody. You know. So, you know, if 4 people, 5, 10, 15, 20, $5, $10, 10, 20, 30, 40, I'm reach my goal. Then I can move on to do another goal. You know, it's popping. You heard people knocking on my door, dropping off information. I know somebody that's going to call you. I gave them your card. That's what that was. That's what that was at the door. That's possible money. Huh? So from what this thing say here, it's for viewers. I know y'all got $10. It's only 11 o'clock in the morning. Send me an email for your reading, because I work for every penny that I ask for. If I ask you for a donation, I'm going to work for it. If you here with me and you say, you know what, I got 20 bucks. Okay, sit down in that seat, put your feet in this here thing. Let me get your toes and your foots all shiny and pretty. If I say, you got $40, I do. Here's your $40. Tomorrow, keep 1 hour open, because I'm going to call you up so you can come over here and get a good massage for giving me this $40. No, I don't want nothing for it. I'll work for it. What you need me to do? Well, I'll call you later because it's some paperwork I need you to look at. I don't quite understand the legalese on it. That's what we can do. You look at my paperwork in exchange for me giving you this $40. We even. Don't worry about it. When I need you next time, I know you got me. You goddamn right. I got you. Support Black first. That's how I operate. Especially when it's something that, you know, is really a real circumstance, a real situation. I can't stand to see my people suffer. You know? I can't stand that. Support Black first. Why are we dragging each other? Why is it so easy to subscribe to this lowbrow shit that we see everywhere? Why are we drawn to that? We wake up, we pop on YouTube, and the first thing we do is look for some drama. Let me see who's fighting. Let me see why this girl over here hollering and screaming. Let me see why these two dudes is at each other's throat, calling each other all kind of crazy stuff, calling each other's houses and jobs and all that stuff. Why do we reach for that? That's something we need to really think about. Church is in session. I'm telling you. I'm here to point it out and tell you the truth. So it's nothing to hit up Lance Scurvin. He gives out his personal cell phone number to text him, call him with show topics, things to discuss. If you got a problem, he's a therapist, what I call the hood therapist. Might not be any formal education there on therapies and psychology and psychological training, but he will get to the root of the matter. Scurvmedia@gmail.com. $5. I mean, do it for Black first. You know? Well, he got 2 jobs. Why should I? Because he streams for everybody for free. That equipment wasn't cheap. He got a wife. They both work. Yeah, they do. But they still struggling. Am I all in his business? No. But that's the truth. I mean what I say when he should have his own radio station. He really should. Black first. And there's no reason why he shouldn't have it. Why we should not get together and help him get it. No reason at all. None. I ain't got that kind of money. Nobody asked you to have that kind of money. But if we do it grassroots, and every week we spending $25 on Starbucks, you can take $12.50 every week and put it on empathangie butterfly totem at gmail.com. empathangie at gmail.com. $12.50. Lance Scurv, Scurvmedia at gmail.com, 1250. Every week, not every day. You spend $100 a month on Starbucks, $5 a day on Starbucks. Come on now, for real now. $5 a day, $100 a month. You can't take 50 and say, you know what, that's a damn reading plus some. Here you go. Let me put 50 over here on Lance or Bebe or Pookie or whoever. The intent behind what you give. I can't afford a studio, a radio studio, and a music studio, and a graphic design studio. I didn't ask you to buy the whole damn thing for me. What you mean a Botanica spa? That's expensive. That's what them white folks do. No, no, no. That's where we come from. That is our original way to heal ourselves. Yoga, Reiki, meditation, mantra chanting, therapeutic massage, aqua therapy. That's originally ours. That's our knowledge. That's our healing practices. All that shit is fake. You just want to do some stuff so you can sit on your ass. You know how to do. Do you know how hard it is to massage somebody? You know how hard it is to pull and tug and work on muscles? You know how hard that is? That's some work. I literally have sweat dripping off of me when I'm done because I put in work on your body. And if you don't walk out of there like a wet noodle, relaxed and ready to go home and fall out, I haven't done my job. That's how real it is for me. You know, people say your arms, do you do push-ups? No, I be doing massages. You know, people say you got strong fingers. You grab. I don't realize sometimes if I shake it, I have strong hands from doing that. You know. So my email readings are $10. And like I said, if you're not into that, or if you are, book a reading for $10. I sit here and I do these readings. You heard me shuffling the cards. You've seen me doing my readings. You know? And I'm here taking care of business. Doing what I gotta do. Living my purpose. Supporting Black first. It's not glamorous, you know? It's not, you're not gonna be comfortable all the time and have everything you need all the time. It's a very, very, very hard road to hoe to be a single sole proprietor. It's difficult. You know, and I'm making it day to day, literally, and I'm not playing. I'm not playing. This ain't just something I'm doing to be like, okay, fine, now we about that situation, I ain't got to do that no more. That's not how I operate. This is my love. This is my passion. This is something that I have been working on for months and years. You know, and I'm not going to allow no negative seed planting motherfucker to tell me, oh, it's going to be hard. I'm sorry. Yes, I know that. So you be quiet. You let me do the work. Either you're going to donate, invest, or not. It's as simple as that. You know, it's as simple as that. You know, I'm not going to keep telling Lance every time he try to do something positive or Lovey 2000. She's into graphic design and is very talented in many different musically, acting. She's very talented in many different areas. Well, you know, I know you're trying to get this back off the ground. You know, black folks ain't gonna support. You know, you're gonna have to deal with some nigga business. Okay, okay, thank you.
But we know, right?
We know this already.
But positive thinking solves a whole lot of things, doesn't it? I think they say what a man thinketh and what a man says out of their mouth will usually come forth, right? So if you are thinking negative and you are speaking negativity, it will then come into your life.
Yeah, and we're going to continue to be obstinate towards each other when you hear that one person, after all of that lovely positive energy. Well, I just wanted to say, it's going to be hard to get black folk behind you. Really? See, that's somebody I want to shove down the stairs. That's somebody I want to kick to the curb. You know? But we need everybody. We need the good, the bad, and the ugly. They all have a purpose. However, why is that the first thing we reach for? Why is that the first thing somebody would reach for? I just wanted to tell you, it's going to be hard to get black folks to support you. Why would you do that? Why would you want to make sure you highlight that when it's already known? Mental illness, the programming. You see how broken and damaged we are as a whole? It's really sad. It's hurtful, you know, and that's what upsets me. You know, that's what really it gets under my skin, is that negative, counterproductive attitude. This is a good platform. I love what you're talking about, but it's going to be hard. That's cognitive dissonance. And I'm not trying to disrespect nobody. I'm not trying to put nobody on blast. It's the behavior is what I want to point out. It's the mental damage we suffer from. And I don't even realize he understands that. I don't even think so, because he repeated it. But I still say it's going to be difficult. So can we change that mantra on today? Can we remove those words and replace them with more positive words? Can we do that? Well, I'm just letting you know.
Instead of saying, I will help, I know this will become something great. I believe that this will become something great. I am confident in your ability, sister. Those are the things that they should be saying.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then, you know, I had to talk over them. I'm like, you know, that's why we're here. You have to start somewhere. Okay, well, I'm sorry, my fault. That's your telltale sign right there. That's a hater. That's a hater. You didn't call to encourage Lance. You didn't call to say, I'm just want to make sure you understand the difficulty you will be facing. No, you didn't. You called because you are a hater. That's a hater. But people call me a hater when I point that out. You understand? I don't, you know, sickness, mental illness. You a hater. You just don't like black men coming on having nothing to say. Yes, I do. I love black men. Love y'all. I love black men. What I don't like is the negativity some of y'all bring, just like with black women. Love black women, don't have nothing against my sisters at all. But I have a problem with negative behavior and mindset. That is what gives me hives. That is why I clash with some of my brothers and sisters because of the negativity that they carry in their spirit. And that's what I'm here for, to call it out so we can heal it. We can remove that pathology and replace it with something more healthy. Instead of me calling your show or calling you on the phone personally, you know it's going to be real hard for you to do voiceovers, Marcius. I know that already. What did you call me for? I just want to let you know, black people are not going to support you doing voiceovers.
And guess what? If they don't, there'll be another group of people that will support me. Then the Cubans will, the Puerto Ricans will, the Jamaicans will, somebody will support me.
And them still black folks too, ain't they?
Exactly. But you know our folks, you know, I had a lot of people who told me that, hell, here's an example. After I quit my management position for that $1 billion company I was telling you about,
Mm-hmm.
Converges, the managers came to me, my ex-colleagues, and told me, you'll never make it because this is the best thing you had. And I told them, I'll show you. I would love to give those people a call up today and let them see what's going on with my life. I brought a house, I brought a car. I'm doing much better. I'm rebuilding. So, what's funny to me is I always tell people, and this is also your situation, Queen. What's funny to me is that when people try to shoot you down, when people try to discourage you, destiny, destiny will not allow these people to interrupt what's going to be for you and for your life because destiny is waiting for you. You have a gift. We know you have a gift, and your gift will be out there very soon.
Yes, it is. It's coming, and I'm getting messages every day. You know, the traffic is picking up, although how degenerate it might be, it's picking up. People are starting to see it. They're starting to, okay, well, what is this? Let me just call the number and fuck with her. You know what I'm saying? They are, because they're curious, you know. And then I used to get a lot where, they say, well, the nurse will be in a moment to take your vitals. So I go in the triage room and people stop and they just look. I'm like, hi, I'm your nurse for today, and this is what we're going to be doing. Let me weigh you, measure you, do all that. And they can't stop looking. And they said, well, can I ask you a question? Yeah. How old are you? I'm this age. Really? Yeah. I've never seen a nurse as healthy as you. All the nurses that I have seen are overweight and unhealthy. Think about it. When you think nurse, do you think of a picture of somebody physically fit in America?
No,
You picture a plump, fluffy, pink person with a
exactly.
more aura to her, right?
Yep, that's the typical thing of a nurse these days.
Why are we listening to people who don't take care of themselves?
Exactly. There's so much mixed information out there that it's supposed to be out there to confuse you. It's just like when it comes to starting businesses. There's so much lack of support out there, lack of information out there, because they don't want you to build your own business. They want you to remain in the same situation. They don't, people need to wake up today because today, you live in the United Corporations of America, okay? And what does that mean? That means that if you are not like Auntie, if you're not like myself and others, you can't take advantage of what is supposed to be for us, which is business taxes, the tax code, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Employees don't get the tax benefits that they should. And just because you get your little tax refund at the end of the year, that's nothing compared to some businesses out there. There are businesses that are getting back money instead of paying into the system because of owning their own business, and the government rewarded them for owning their own businesses. Angie knows.
Yes. And a lot of these corporations that we support blindly running into Walmart, running into Target, running into McDonald's, running into Whole Foods, they get kickbacks.
Oh, of
They're on
course.
assistance and they do everything that we do. If they donate $10,000 to George Zimmerman like Walmart did, they write that on off and they get all that money back, all of it.
And instead of us investing our time and our energy into trying to find out how to build a business, instead of our tax, some of our tax people, such as our sisters and our brothers, investing their time into black businesses, to help them with this information, they don't. Not all the time. I get a lot of tax write-offs for my business, but as I'm sure they're never going to tell me everything that I need to know, because there's way more tax benefits out there. There's thousands upon thousands of different things. So what, especially with charity, especially with donating money, you
Mhm.
know, especially with advertising, you get your money back from advertising because that's a loss on a business.
Yep.
But they don't tell you that information. They
Advert
want you to remain a slave
they
to the
do.
system.
They don't want you to know those loopholes. That is 100%. That's a good topic too that we can dig into later on another stream.
Of course.
Are the serious business owners and the ones are starting up, all of that information that we had to learn through experience, through trial and error. We had to pick up on it. What you say? I could what? You mean tell me this phone I'm using, paying this bill every month, over and above what I normally would pay? I could write that off.
Exactly. There was, Angie, I had missed out over 6 years worth of tax write-offs. Do you hear me? 6 years worth of tax write-offs that I lost. I'm gonna tell you how much money I lost. I lost a total of $28,000
That's a car.
of tax write-offs.
Did y'all hear that? Ooh.
$28,000 worth of, tax write-offs, and there's plenty more.
Mm. $28,000 is an associate's degree in some fields.
And these days, a lot of people don't understand that there are so many different tax write-offs. Even if your business is only making $100 a year, okay, just something, and just $100 a year, whatever you do with your business, you write that off as a loss. So, say for instance, you spend $1,000 in advertising, the government's going to pay you for advertising your business because it's better for the USA. Remember the new world. They want the USA to look better than everyone else. Also when it comes to your education, when you own a business or you're working part-time as an employee, you know, Obama put out $2,500. It's been out there every year for the past 8 years that black folks probably didn't even know about. That you could have been getting $2,500 in your pocket cash because you go to school.
That's right.
I just
It's a,
recently learned about that last year. It's
it,
almost over now.
yeah.
He's almost out.
Yep. And it was 8 years he was in there, and they gave him so much pushback. Do you see that? From what we would consider the chief executive officer of this country. I mean,
Let's
who?
take it deeper, Angie. Let's take it deeper, Queen. When it comes to Obama for 8 years ran the world. You have to understand that we are the leaders of the world. Do you know that just with me teaching, English, a business English, people pay thousands upon thousands of dollars just to hear from somebody from the USA. People could be making money right now just because you are from the USA. They don't care if you're black, you're white, you're Mexican, or anything else. It's because we are the world leaders. Okay?
Yeah.
We run the UN. Look it up. Everyone wants to be like the USA.
All right now.
Okay?
True.
So at the end of the day, you have to use your talents. You have to use what you have and bring all those things together to work together.
And if we don't start together in unity with that, educating each other on this right here, giving those true warning signs of, okay, yes, we know we're going to face pushback and obstinance. How do we navigate through it? What did you do, brother, to get through that feeling of being played?
Well, to be very honest with you, I stopped worrying about getting played. I started on my journey, Angie, and I'm sorry if you keep calling you Angie. I'm tired right now because I've had a long day. Queen, I started on my journey 8 years ago, and I had a lot of doubters, a lot of people. I actually quit a job at a business banker as a banker. I was once a banker in Madison, Illinois. You can look up the little city, Madison, Illinois. I was a low-level banker and a low-level teller, and I wasn't making much money because when I was looking at my paycheck, after all the taxes that was being taken out, after all of the gas money you had to spend to get to your job, you spend almost sometimes 30 minutes to 2 hours just to get to your job and come back.
Yep.
That's money lost. The food that you eat, the way you're killing your body just because you're not eating properly. You don't have time to focus on these things. The stress level that you put yourself under. I always tell people I would rather be stressed sitting at home dealing with customers or dealing with people than being outside the home because I can roll my eyes, I can put myself on mute and scream to the top of my lungs, and the customer will not hear me. So, the first step to everything was to make a plan. How was I going to do what I have to do? And 8 years ago, when I was starting off, as you know, Angie, the industry, the work from home industry was like a little baby,
Yep.
like a little toddler, just growing. A lot of businesses didn't exist, you know, but a couple of those. And no one wanted to hire me, so I had to build what we call a brand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I had to build what we call a brand. We all are a brand. That is what Queen is building right now. This is her brand. This is her platform. When you think of the Lance show, Lance is building a brand. He has built a brand because he put his name in that brand, Lance. So the first thing you think of is, oh, that's Lance. He's building a brand. That was the first step. The second step was writing the things down that I needed to do. You can't just go cold turkey on anything, right? It's just
Absolutely.
like when you are getting off of a drug. If you go cold turkey on there, your body will go into shock. So think of your finances. If you decide I'm going to do a business and I'm just going to quit my job right away, then your finances will go into shock and you will be broke and homeless. Okay? So I had to plan for a couple of years in order for me to get to the level I need to be. And 8 years ago, I started off in sales, making $6 an hour. And let me tell you, I thought I was rich, making
Okay.
$6 an hour from home because it was the point that I was doing it from home. So the third thing is what I like to tell people, don't do it just for the money. That is how we fail. Do it because you love it. When I'm talking, I do it because I love it. Right now, I could be making money. But what I'm doing here is I'm doing it for free because Queen is my friend. When I'm on the Lance show, I'm doing it for free. He don't pay me because Lance is my friend. So do the stuff because you love it. You have the passion for it. When I speak, people can feel the passion moving through my voice for the things that I believe in, the things that I love, and that is helping people. Okay? So you take those first three steps and you implement those things and go from there with whatever business plan that you have. Research, research, research. The internet is an unlimited amount of information that you can find anything.
Yeah.
And most of the time, you can find it for free.
For free. 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 And
Um, Almany said, what do you think of offshore banking and compound interest? I think that that is an absolute big way to get your butt locked up in jail. Because the USA does not like for us to trade without their permission. They don't like for us to put money in other banks. The USA is a greedy place. They want stuff only for themselves. It is just like I tell people all the time. Don't expect when you're going into when you're going into a business, okay? When you're going into the business, everyone who's listening, don't expect to be getting money back all the time. You know, and what I mean by that, I would rather not pay anything to you instead of getting something back. So, not paying anything out means you get to keep 90% of your paycheck compared to them taking what? 35% of your paycheck. It's an even deal.
yeah.
Because when you start being greedy with the tax system, with the USA, they will come after you. Do you know that there is an unlimited amount of time that they can come after you for your taxes? It doesn't matter if it was from 1989. They can pull it up because they are the US government. And if you don't have your receipts, if you don't have your stuff, they can lock your butt up in jail if you do not agree for a payment plan and to pay that money back.
Yep. Offshore banking and things like that. That's for the one percenters. That's for wealthy,
That's
rich
all money.
black folks who are. It's old money. It's not for black folks.
And
We get privileges where they get, they get to do pretty much at will. You see how the government, we're their bitch. They can do whatever they want. They can invent debt for us.
I know a lot of people, Omni, and what I can say is that I know a lot of people who make well over $1 million or more a year, and they are marketing people. But one thing no one will ever tell you is the secret. Um, Angie knows what part of the secret is. It's not a 100% of it. What part of the secret with everything, I was dropping these jewels on yesterday. I was dropping these jewels on every time I get on Lance's show, is it's about image.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe who I was. You wouldn't even listen to me if my image was not up to par.
All right now.
You would
That
think I am a fraud if
is
my image was not up to par. When my students who are business people um, in over 120 countries right now, when they speak to me, the reason why they want my classes and they are dying to have my classes when it comes to business English is because I have a reputation of working for a $6 billion company um, in charge of over a half a million to $1 million worth of revenue. That is a reputation. Also, I have people who can vouch for me, different businesses who can vouch for me and say, "Okay, yes, he used to work for me. This is his reputation." So we have to look at things as an image. Um, when you look at presidential candidates when they're running, every presidential candidate has an image. If
Mhm.
that presidential candidate is a nobody, no one will vote for them. Donald Trump is so popular, not because of the hate that he spews out of his mouth, it is because of "you're fired." That's the image that we have of Donald Trump because of Donald Trump's celebrity image. A lot of people don't know that the reason why a lot of people become overnight successes, or reason why a lot of people end up having big businesses in different industries, is because they are piggybacking off of another person or some other name.
Image.
Okay. When people look at my resume, for example, they are impressed. Why? Because it says what? I used to work for NASCAR.com, which I did. I was one of their after show moderators. Basically, that's when the racers would do the conference, and they still do it today, the conferences after the races. So I would be the one that's moderating. Does it mean that I was actually in the building for NASCAR? No, it doesn't. But it's the way you use your words. Can NASCAR.com vouch for me? Yes, they can. But I wasn't a racer for NASCAR, but I did work with them and for them. So when you look at that, when people see NASCAR, they ask no questions. Do you understand what I'm saying? I used to work for AT&T for customer service. I used to work for Comcast. I used to work for PBS. I used to work for a lot of big names. So when you look at my resume, the first things that pop out to you is $6 billion company, Fortune 500 companies,
Mhm.
NASCAR, PBS, AT&T, Comcast. That's impressive to
Direct
anyone.
StubHub, Ticketmaster.
Exactly. There are ways of getting around a lot of things, especially if they were clients of yours. I had a friend who used to work for another company that they had, who was that? StubHub. And I told them to use that they used to work for StubHub because they did. But, they had to sign a non-disclosure. There's ways of getting around that non-disclosure because you didn't say who you worked with for StubHub.
Hmm.
So it's all about writing things in the correct way. It's all about your image. It's like a preacher. What kind of preacher would you believe first? Would you believe T.D. Jakes or the guy on the corner walking and preaching to you? Or would you believe T.D. Jakes with his Rolls Royce in the mega church? He would believe T.D. Jakes and the message he says before you do the guy on the corner.
Yep. And protecting that image is very key too. You
Exactly.
have got to be careful what you endorse. You have got to be careful who and where you're seen and who you're seen with when you're building your own brand. A certain amount, you and I joke in private. We say don't fuck with the help because
Exactly.
we call ourselves regal. If we say we're stoic and demure, it's a certain amount of responsibility that comes with that. And you can't be seen cooning and doing all kind of foolery if you have this regal message behind your image.
And one of the things that I tell a lot of people too is that if you have this image and you say you have this image, no matter how tired you are, no matter where you always have to have that image. Right now, I haven't been asleep since 5 p.m. yesterday, and right now it is 9:47 a.m. my time. So I've been up quite some time. You would never know. Yes, I sound tired, but if I had to speak to a client right now, I would jump into action. So if Queen was my client, I would say, "Good morning, Queen. How are you? It's such a pleasure to speak to you right now. Great. Let's get started. How can I help you, Queen? What is it that you want to learn on today? Let me help you. You are amazing." So you see the difference? You have to always be on your P's and your Q's because people will test you and constantly test you. You know, is are you the real deal? Is that really your voice? You know, is that are you real? Are you a real person? Is that really your pictures? You know,
Hmm. My image, we talked about that too, when certain people call for services, and they want to see another photo. Is this really you on the ad for Butterfly Totem? Are you going to be there to do the service? Do you have other people working with you? Can you send me a video of yourself for a massage? Really? The image. They don't believe that somebody who looks like me and talks like me and sounds like me is an esthetician, a nurse, a specialist with special needs children.
exactly. Yeah, Amini said, you don't have to hold trust foundations and corporations in America. Also, you went to the assumption of tax invasion. Why is that? Well, if you look it up, it's actually illegal to, at this moment, from my knowledge, studying the tax code just a tad bit. I did look into compound interest accounts and stuff like that. The U.S. frowns upon that. And even when they don't frown upon the compound interest, it is a very big risk with compound interest because of the interest that you earn is at a high amount. Most likely, those are sometimes a pyramid scheme. Basically, the people who get in first are the only ones who get the compound interest, and the folks who come in at the last minute lose out. How do I know this? Well, to be very honest with you, I know some people that I will not name their names here over this phone, but that is their livelihood. They are millionaires from suckers, as they call them.
That's
Uh,
not.
and
Mhm.
again, how do they become suckers? Because you see that they make $1 million. I didn't say that they make $1 million new every year. I said they make $1 million, which means that they take their $1 million, put it in, and then they take the $1 million out and earn another $1 million
Mhm.
for doing nothing.
For doing nothing.
And what is that again? It is called image.
Yeah. Meet this millionaire. You can do it too. Okay. Follow this process, this plan. Stick to the program. You know. And before you know it, you'll be living in this beautiful home, driving these beautiful cars, just like me.
Well, what's funny is that a lot of these videos that you will see is you will see people with these big, huge homes. And what they will do is they will rent homes, such as Airbnb is a good one that people rent mansions for one day. You can rent a mansion anywhere for like, what, $2,000 for that day. And you can say, "Welcome to my home. Come on in. Let me show you. This is all the wonderful things you can have too." The voice makes you believe. And they always have that rock star voice,
Yeah.
you know, or you might see an infomercial. It's not the product, it is the voiceover's job, the actor, the voice actor's job to convince you to buy. Okay? Try 5 an hour energy drinks. Are you tired all the time? Yeah, I am too. Well, what I do is I drink a 5 an hour energy drink. Ah, I have so much energy. So try 5 an hour energy drink for 2 for 7. Wait, you can get it now for two for $3. If you call right now, the first 10 people can get free shipping. It's called great marketing because the only thing that you heard was the free part. And you think that you're getting a very good deal, but you're not.
Absolutely. And then you run out and buy that and free shipping, and you are just duped because you have a little vial full of sugar. And after you do that for about 4 or 5, 6 months, you wonder why your kidneys are starting to shut down.
Now, mind you, okay, mind you, that 5 an hour energy drinks come in handy every once in a while. Um, Taking one every once in a while. A 5 an hour energy drink is only a crushed up sugar and crushed up B vitamins that is only for an extra boost. But like anything, you have to have a great diet for it actually to even work.
And that's the part that they don't tell you.
Of course, every exercise machine out there works. That's the part that no one knows. Everyone's always saying it's a scam, it's a scam. And when you try to take them to court, you never win. Why? Because it's not a scam. You just did not use a diet. You didn't read the fine print on the commercial. The fine print said these are not actual results, or the fine print says with the proper diet. And that's fruits and vegetables. Anytime you lower your calories, calorie deficiency, you're going to lose weight, whether you're exercising or not.
And there you go. That's why I am here to help explain all that to you in your readings for your health when you invest in yourself. And I was also making the example of the health insurance, life insurance, that we think we are making it now. We in the big house because we got life insurance, health insurance, dental insurance.
The only insurance that is going to pay off at the end of the day is either you saving up money yourself or something that you know is guaranteed when it comes to life insurance that you know many people have got paid off. But be careful with that because if you're not an insurance lawyer, which most people should bring their insurance policy to an insurance lawyer so they can read it over. Somewhere in that fine print, if you're not a healthy person like me who and this is no diss to anyone, but if there's clauses in there for if you smoke, if you chew tobacco, if you drink one drink a year, how much bottles of water do you drink a year? It's some crazy crap in there. Okay. And you might have overlooked that. Oh, there are some insurance plans that if you die within 5 years time frame, you don't get your insurance.
Yeah.
Or if you get into a tragic accident, or it is considered a homicide, or considered you
If
know
you lots of life insurance won't pay out.
exactly. So you have to look at those situations. Omni, yes, you're right. A lot of our people need education on this subject, but let's be honest. A lot of them they will listen to this advice, but do some of them really want to listen to this advice?
No.
Whether they do or not, I'm just saying. You know, Angie is a wealth of knowledge. I'm a wealth of knowledge, but definitely Angie is. This is what Angie does. You know, I'm not always available. It might seem like I'm always on, but you can talk to Queen. She'll tell you I'm usually not on to sit down and talk to anyone. That's not. My finances come from, teaching people internationally. You know, Honestly, my living at this moment, Omni, is basically off of teaching business how to survive in the USA, or the UK, or Belgium, or Australia. Um, Anywhere that you can use the English language. And the English language is now starting to become the first language that people want to learn internationally. You know, one of the things that I teach people is how to pass an interview. That is one of the most difficult things to do. I know the key to that. I know the secret to passing interviews. Um, you know, I know that information.
Hmm. It's so very important, because we have to know how to interview the interviewer. And if you don't know how to do that, that's half of passing the interview. They want you to ask them questions too.
Exactly. Here's an example for you. Um, you know, let's see. Soon, you know, these days a lot of people are doing phone interviews. You already know that the person is going to call you and what time they're going to call you. So the first thing you should do is you should be sitting by that phone early, and you know what number is coming in. So what do? So the phone rings, 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 and then you pick up the phone, and you usually know the interview's name. So let's see, Queen, pretend like you just called me.
Okay.
You're the
Ring, ring.
interviewer. Hello, is this Queen?
Yes, it is. Is this Marcus?
Yes, I was expecting your phone call. I'm so excited. How's the weather out there?
It's beautiful here. How about
That's
you?
good. Oh, it's wonderful out here in Denver. Have you ever been to Denver?
No, I haven't. I have to visit.
Yeah, we have a lot of different places. You know, a lot of celebrities come here for, you know, to ski. You know, in Vail, Colorado. It's pretty, you know, pretty neat place to come. I think the last person, Mariah Carey. Mariah Carey has, and Michael Jordan has a place down here in Colorado when they come to ski. Yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting fact. I didn't know that.
Yes, yes. And if you like to gamble, we have lots of good casinos up here, you know, in the mountains. So, yeah. Well,
Wonderful.
enough of my talking. I apologize. It is just so good to hear from you. So that, you know, at the end of the day, that's what they're looking for.
Hmm.
An interview is you're selling yourself to these individuals. What makes you so unique? You know, they have talked to tons of people within a day's time for that same one position. What makes you stand out from the crowd at the end of the day? So, what did I do good? Well, I threw Queen off, didn't I?
Yeah. Yep.
Because I answered the phone interviewing her.
Hmm. Educating the interviewer. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a very good tactic. It's a very good technique to know because they then see that maybe he has something that we need and we don't quite know about yet.
Exactly. I agree. Omni said, I am well studied, and the fear you have is from the IRS labeling you as an economic terrorist. I learned from someone who made some of those mistakes. You know, Omni, I will honestly say that I don't know everything about the IRS and their tax code. I have studied the tax code, but they're always changing. Every year, they are implementing new changes. They are coming up with different ways to get more money back from the consumers, which is their right. You know, if we are stupid enough to pay these taxes, which we have to, and we don't come together as a society, then that's what we have to do, and
Hmm.
they can do whatever they want to. So no matter what you do, they can always find fault in it.
Yeah. And they target us more so than they do any other culture. You know, they really target us when we begin to tap into that faucet of currency. When we start learning more about financial instruments, the laws, the color of law, you become a target. And sometimes on a small scale where they send you a tax bill and say you owe the IRS $900, because you skipped a couple of years of filing, or on a larger scale where they, freeze up all your assets and make you sell everything, or all, and threaten to put you in jail, on
Well,
Wesley Snipes level.
Well, just recently, I don't think I told you this. I had one of my accounts garnished from the state of Colorado, and without my knowledge, over the amount of $200. You know, the state can now, and a lot of people don't know this, and I didn't know this, they don't have to send you a letter. They don't have to send you nothing until they have done what they wanted to do. The state has the power, your state has the power to file a petition without you even being at court, without you even knowing about a judgment or the decision, because they are the state. They have the power, and it really surprised me because one of my clients that I work for told me that they were contacted by the state the beginning of this year, Queen, and apparently they forced them into garnishing the money that I make over there. And it's so funny that they was garnishing $20 a month until I realized.
Yep, it's a lot of loopholes that they, have there on purpose to be able to get you like that. And if you don't understand due process and things like that, and how to counter file these things and answer to them, and
Exactly.
understand loopholes, I mean, just imagine you, one person, times the population of that city, times all 50 states.
Exactly, and it happens every day. And you know, when I contacted the collections department at the state, of course, you know me, I said, "You have no right to do what you do. You should have notified me." They kindly provided me the documentation to let me know that they did have the right, and I have the documentation in front of me, and I was so shocked, okay, to know that they can do these things without our permission as the consumer, as the individual of the United States. And they can severely mess up your credit. They didn't mess up mine, but you know they can severely mess up your credit. You know, by putting a judgment on there. You know, of course, I got a letter of release of judgment that I filed with the court system that took the judgment off of my credit. And if I would not have checked my credit, I would have never knew that the government was doing that
Hmm.
because you know I have multiple sources of income, Queen.
Yeah.
So it was just
Speaking
shocking.
of that too, another important point we have to remember with the IRS and the taxes, if you have anything on your credit that's a debt like that, whether it's with the IRS or who, now they have the authority, that some of them are 7 years and then they fall off, some of them are 10 years, some of them are eternal. Well, with the ones with statute of limitations, now they can renew that debt, say on the 6th year. They can go back in, resell that to a different collection agent or a different law firm, and now your debt starts over again with that collection. From 6 years, you think I got one more year, this is going to fall off, it's only $100. They go in and renew it, tack on more fees and more attorney collection fees and fines and all that. So you're starting from square one, and now they've doubled it and tripled it.
Well, it's just like credit cards. A lot of people don't understand that you would never pay credit cards off once you get into your credit card debt unless you are paying on top of the minimums. Because the way the minimums are set up, you'll never pay it off until 11 years later.
Mm-hmm.
You are in a continuous slave debt. And this has nothing, this particular debt, which is quite funny to me when it comes to white people, when it comes to Mexicans, when it comes to all these people who think they're excluded, we're all in the same boat. And I find it so funny that they don't know that you are in what we call the new slavery, the school loan slavery. School loans will never, ever, do you hear me? Ever, 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 ever get off of your credit. And they will be on there until you die, unless you pay them.
Yeah, because it's federal. It's just like a judgment or a lien debt. If you don't pay off a lien of property or land or um, what do they call e-commerce vehicles, commercial vehicles, your car,
Yes.
hose, anything like that. If you've been ejected or
Mhm.
evicted, if you
And,
don't pay it off,
and
it's
you know, sorry, go ahead.
oh yeah, I'm done.
And one of the reasons why when I bought my house, it was a foreclosure house. I got it for $50,000. 3 bedroom, one bath. It's not that big of a house. It's a 1,000 square foot house, but it takes up the whole entire corner. But just to explain, the house is worth $100,000. But the person who lost it, they lost it due to taxes, and they also lost it due to taking out these home equity loans. They had took out a home equity loan for $30,000, and they added on all the interest and stuff, and that's how much the house was brought for, that $50,000 from the bank. Due to the fact that they took the money and they did not use the money wisely, and they
Mhm.
lost their home. So now I had a home that is fixed up.
Wow. And that's very good information to know too, because
It is,
a great seminar that you can use from what you did to teach others how to look for those type of situations that are similar and be
and
able
they're
to
there.
market and obtain a home that way to
And
have a
guess what?
mortgage, you know?
Guess what? I got my mortgage through the government,
Hmm.
and I make all of my payments through the government. I got grants through the government for having a home. You know, what is that, $5,000 worth of grants? Every
Hmm.
state has a program, but we just don't know about it until you ask about it. And my house was a conventional, and I got a government loan that they are doing with conventionals, that you can buy a house that is a foreclosure, because that's, they usually require you to have conventional loans, you know. And I didn't know much information about it until I researched it. And my stuff went through a private portfolio, okay,
Hmm.
that then sold it to the government. Don't get trapped into these USDA loans. Don't get trapped into these FHA loans, because you will end up having to pay way too much. My mortgage is $400 a month. That includes the taxes. That includes the principal. That includes the what else? The hazard insurance. That includes the flood insurance. That includes all in one payment.
I think that's amazing because, your average mortgage is is triple that, you know,
Of course,
1,200.
my neighbors pay $1,500,
Ooh, I know they have
and
them.
and if my neighbors lose his house, I'll be ready to buy his house.
Yeah,
Because guess what? If he loses his house, he loses it towards whatever he did not pay off. So if his house is worth 150, $200,000, but he owed $40,000 on it, the bank is going to add on 10%, 50% on that, and then they're going to sell it for what the banks are so snobby about things. They don't sell the house for its worth. They sell the house for whatever the person has to pay.
the
And
remainder.
if and then the remainder they make the person pay it.
Yeah.
There are some situations that the bank will get the money for the place and they will still charge people for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That is very true. And that's why it's important. I always aim at Fannie Mae. Those are awesome properties.
Exactly.
You can go into government owned, foreclosed properties to get a very good purchase. And sometimes there is absolutely nothing wrong with those properties. They've just been sitting there,
Well,
and they're in good condition. They might need a little TLC curb appeal, but
well,
there's a structural and all of that, wonderful homes.
well, when I purchased this home, no one wanted it. None of the investors, because that's usually you look at these homes, the conventional ones, because regular people don't have a high enough credit score. By the way, they wanted a 700 credit score for FICO credit score in order to get a conventional loans. They're being very harsh these days. Just because Fannie Mae or the government might say, "Oh, we only require 625," the government only requires that, but they are giving the loan to the bank. The bank can make up their own rules. So if the bank wants to say they want a 725 credit score, that's what it will be. And you have no choice unless you try to go to another bank, you know.
Absolutely true. And there's so much information I have on that, especially you being a native of Illinois too. It's real tough to get property of any kind in Illinois. It's a government state and it's Republican. So purchasing a home in Illinois, whether you're a first time home buyer or not, is close to impossible if you're not already rich or you don't have investors to help you, private investors.
And I see someone down here, Ivana Lugo. Um, you
Hey,
know, Um, she said that you can get a conventional loan now with a 640 credit score. Yes, in some places, it's not the same for every city. Unfortunately, it's not the same for every state. There are some places that you can, but you have to understand when I got my home last year, I called the end of the crash, the market crash. Now, homes are not no longer going for 50,000 and 30 and $40,000. Now the so-called market is starting to raise the prices of the homes up. So banks could be picky. At the end of the day, it is still up to the mortgage person. It's still up to the underwriter, whether they say they require 640 or not. They can say whatever they want to. But I understand where you're coming from. There are some people out there that will approve you with a 560 credit score. It just really depends on the lender itself.
yeah, she is. Ayana is a budding realtor, and she is doing good in her field. She just stepped over into the black-owned, uh, self-proprietor, self-employed. So I'm really proud to know her too because she's been a supporter of this channel and me, and everything that we have uh witnessed along the way, with spirituality and teaching, growing, learning life lessons. It's some really good people that I've connected with, and I'm learning a lot from her too when she posts about what she's learned with real estate and
That's
investing.
awesome.
Hmm.
I'm glad to hear that. It's always good to have someone that in real estate. And that's the point. The problem is that we don't have a lot of people in the real estate market in these different industries that have that knowledge. I didn't have anyone who had that knowledge. I had to learn all this stuff on my own. I know a lot of times it is tempting for our people um, to buy. homes for high prices. It is tempting for our people to get these big, huge homes. But at this time, with us being in such a financial war, it is best to stick with low price homes. If I
Mhm.
could have got approved for a $30,000 house, I would have. Now, check this out. You are right. With these homes, these conventional homes, the reason why they sell for conventional is because there is something wrong with these homes. So, what happened with this home is that the yard looked like a jungle, and I'm going to have to show you some pictures later this week. The yard looked like a jungle. So what did I do? I paid someone $100 to go back there and cut all those weeds down, cut those trees down, etc. And the yard looked like a different yard. I called Lowe's, and Lowe's put up a wooden fence, a 6 foot wooden fence. That increased the equity in the home. Okay, and the home looked like a total different place. What was else happening? The basement was flooding. The basement did not have a floor. It's a 115-year-old house, Angie. The basement did there was no floor. So I invested $1,400 in putting the basement down, and we found out where the flood was coming from. Where was it coming from? Well, there was a mini hole, a small hole in the bathtub faucet, the bathtub pipes. It cost me $150 to get that fixed, and now it no longer floods. Now the house is perfect.
That is awesome. And see that's so important. I'm glad we are doing this, and we got to keep on doing it. We get this train, pick up momentum to do this. When you can squeeze a little extra time out between sleep and getting yourself together there, because we knew we need to educate ourselves more. And sometimes, when we trust in people who don't look like us, we don't get all the information we need or deserve to know. And experience is the best teacher, the best teacher. And those little corners and little hidden things tucked away that they purposely don't share with us, that makes a big difference in the outcome of our goals. And they do it on purpose, as we know. They do it on purpose because they don't want us to own anything. They don't want us to feel independent of that beast of credit. They want us to always be upside down whenever we do get into anything like mortgage, debt, credit rotation, and all that. It's real, and that's another thing. We need to help each other understand how credit works and how not to abuse it.
Exactly. You know, I save over, let's be on a modest side. I save about $9,000 a year working from home. And that's just not in tax write-offs at all. That's just in not spending the money to go out there and drive to work. That's the food you would eat uh, out at McDonald's or wherever when you're a little small little lunch. Okay, you're getting your clothes cleaned right for your job. Your car is going to break down at least once a year. Something's going to happen to it. So the repairs for your car. You're also losing money when you're traveling to and from work, by the way. A lot of people don't know that. There's some people who travel an hour to work and an hour back. You're not getting paid for that, FYI. So that's 2 hours worth of money that you could be making and monetizing your time. A lot of people don't understand that it's best to work from home because your place, your location, whatever your office is, a portion of that of your house is a tax write-off. So if your house is 30%, if your office, and your office can be as big as you want it to be, but if your office is 30% of your home, then that's 30% that you get to write off for everything in your entire home.
That's amazing. That is amazing. I love it. This is amazing. This is how you support Black first. Where a lot of people would be like, "Oh, this is boring. I don't want to read. I don't," and that's justifying the stereotype. Put it in a document or a book, and we won't know because we don't like to read. But this is somebody who has gone through it. We got the lovely Ayana in the room, who is a new real estate broker, has lots of experience in property management, knows the ins and outs, the ups and downs, who will look out for you and tell you those things that they won't tell you at a traditional bank, or, a loan officer is not going to break it down like that. They just want you to sign on the dotted line, sign your soul away, and pay that. Make sure you pay on time at the first of the month.
And sadly, the only reason I learned the information I learned it from, it wasn't from our folks. It wasn't from black people. It was actually from white people. Why? Because if you were to take away my face and you were to only speak to me over the phone, there is a lot of secrets that would be revealed to me by them. And you would just be amazed of how much information there is, how much stuff there is out there from school. I go to school online at the moment at a university, an actual university. I'm working 50 hours a week. I'm going to school 40 hours a week at this moment, believe it or not. And, we need to be taking advantage of the internet. The internet is the best thing that has ever happened to us as a people.
Mhm.
And people don't understand that you need to be taking care of this. Every child should be educated. Who says that you have to take that money? I'm not going to say it over the microphone, but you understand what loans we can get the fastest. Who says that you have to take that and not do anything with it? That can be something that you can save and use it for down payment, etc. It is
Exactly.
no one's business but yours. It's called group economics. It's called transferring debt. It's called taking the money and saving it and putting it into use.
There you go. And that's a lovely gem right there. Especially because we have children growing up in this rugged world. It's the economic crunch. We got the boot on our neck all the time. And we always as a people say, well, you know what, maybe one day I'll hit the lottery and I'll finally be rich. you
But you
know
are rich. You are rich with knowledge. You are rich with the information. You just have to look at it. The information is out there for you. Use the stuff as your advantage. The industry that I am in, a lot of people don't know that it is almost $1 trillion industry. Right now, it's worth billions of dollars, but almost $1 trillion industry because worldwide, believe it or not, everyone's trying to learn English. Why? Because everyone is trying to get over to the UK, get over to Australia, get over to Belgium, get over to the USA to take the jobs that you cannot work. And they're sending their children over here to the USA to work those jobs. And unfortunately, guess who is teaching these people to come over here and steal your children's jobs? Hello. I'm sorry to say this, but that's just that's the living that I make. And I'm telling this information to you because they will come over here. While you are sitting around and not getting your children the education that they need, at least a degree, any type of degree, it does not. I'm gonna tell you this. I have worked in management, and Queen knows this. I have worked in HR. I have hired people. And the one thing that we look at is we don't look at what school you went to, ladies and gentlemen. We don't look at what degree you have. We looked at if you complete it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? If you complete it. Another industry that I was in for over 2 years was a background check company. Okay. And what I did was educational background checks and employment background checks. And what we did is we looked at if you went to an actual school, it doesn't matter if it was a brick and mortar or not. And we looked at if you actually completed. Okay. Were there some liars in the situation? Yes. But we were told not to question the school. We were told not to question the employer. If they said they had the information, they have the information.
There you go, people. So, there's a lot of talent here, and knowledge is the first step toward developing your talents and gifts. And if you don't know and you don't learn, it's a lot of stuff that you can't get from a traditional classroom, that you can learn from people sitting right next to you at work, the people you watch on YouTube who you think have one-dimensional abilities. Life teaches us a lot of things, you know, and it's really important to pay attention and listen and take notes along the way. I don't know why it's such a unpopular thing to talk about stuff like this and make it exciting so that we can actually really make some moves and stop, burdening each other and society with this dysfunctional stuff that's going on. But I would much rather sit here and talk about this and spread this around than the other choice. I don't know about anybody else. I'm about really changing the image, like we talked about, of our people. And we have to do it. We can't wait for those people to say, okay, you know what? I'm tired of labeling you guys as savages. So we're going to stop and we're
And
going to let you have a fair playing field and we're just going to leave you alone. They're not going to do that.
here's the key. The key is I don't care what anyone says, okay? This is something that I have tested out myself in situations. I've been outside before into stores with a do rag, with jeans, with gym shoes on, looking like quote unquote what the America would call the typical black thug, okay? Because if you look at me without opening up my mouth, you would think that okay. Um, and I was followed around the store. I was profiled by the police. But as soon as I went back into the household and I changed my outfit, and, Queen knows how I dress. The little picture you see right there is nothing. I dress with a suit, a tie, and, well cut, my hair is low, etc. They treat you as though you are, quote unquote, a god. And it is because the only thing that a lot of people see these days, yes, they see that you're black, but the first thing they see is money. The first thing they see is education. Because what we do not understand, yes, racism exists. Yes, that is a very big excuse, but not everyone is going to use their racism on you. The first thing they look at is your dollar. Yes, they might hate your guts, but they love your green dollars. Image
Yeah,
is important, and we have to teach our youth this. Image is important.
that is true. And that's the first thing is if you don't have any money, they don't care. Do you have the money to spend? Are you going to spend some money? Are you going to purchase anything, goods or services? You know, they'll profile you and all that stuff too because the stereotype. But that is very true. Are you going to spend the money? Do you have the money? We want your money. If
With
you don't
my,
have it,
I'm sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
that's true.
With
Very
my
true.
experience teaching English, business English, um, online in 120 countries now, I have faced a lot of racism, okay, over my time, even on the internet, okay, sitting in front of the computer, and as soon as they see my face, they are shocked. Because of the image that they see on the movies of black people. The images they see of black people are thugs or crackheads, etc. They don't always see the Obamas. They don't always see the Martin Luther Kings and the Malcolm X. That's played out for the world. What they're showing is the Hollywood movies, and in the Hollywood movies, that's what we are portrayed as. But have I faced racism? Yes, I have. I face racism every day. But guess what? I get over it. I still do what I have to do. And if you don't want to hire me, if you don't want to be my client, if you don't want to work with me, then goodbye. There's someone else who will replace you. Because when you know your power, when you know how great you are, and when you know you have a reputation behind you, you don't have to worry about these individuals. As long as someone is not touching me, I don't care. You can call me every name in the book, and I'm going to walk away from you. I'm not going to feed into your negative energy. I've been called the N word. I've been called a coon. I've been called everything that you can think of. But at the end of the day, I do not feed into that. Because guess what, ladies and gentlemen? You have one life and one life only. That's all I know of, and you have to live that life to your best ability. Just think, if you were to die today, have you accomplished all the things that you wanted to accomplish? Have you did all the things that you wanted to do? Those are the questions that you should ask yourself.
That's 100. That's the thing too. The feeding into it is really. I'm glad you said that, because we feed into such negativity, and I'm more focused on the infighting, the intra-racial bickering and wars going back and forth that we do with, the ego-driven contest of pride and ego and right fighters, and I know more than you, and the pissing contest of sorts. It's so exhausting, and it's so very hard to get anything accomplished, in large numbers that way. Even just to have a conversation coherently without temperatures and blood pressures going up. That's something that it's just it's so useless to feed into that, and to be a part of it,
Mhm.
and to even just tune in and watch it and witness it. It's like, why am I listening to this?
But
why
you know
why am
what,
I even
Queen?
participating in it?
You know what? I got one message for everyone who listens to me. One message for people who ask me my advice is that you don't have to believe me. Um, it would be nice if you would listen to my advice to improve your life, but at the end of the day, it is your life. It is the things that you want to do with your life. If you want to sit back and to remain, I'm sorry for saying this, quote unquote, the victim, instead of being the strong individual you are, being the strong African American person that you are, being the strong black person that you are, being the individual that you need to be, that greatness. If you want to sit back and remain to be a stepping stool, if you want to sit back and let others hinder your life, just know that if you die or when you die, you're going to regret if you find out that there is no more coming back. If
Hmm.
this was it, if this was just it, and that this life is all I have, for me, I want to make sure that I can make the biggest impact. Yes, again, I face racism every day. Yes, I face adversity every single day. But guess what? One thing that people will know about me is that he did not give up. He did not say, "This is it." I did not take myself out. I continued to push forth, even when the forces were greater. As we know, as African Americans, I know myself, I didn't grow up with a golden spoon in my mouth. I started with zero to my name. I started with lack of knowledge. I started with no businesses to my name. I did not inherit anything. I had to build everything I have today on my own. I had to learn every amount of knowledge today on my own. And what makes me sleep at night every day, and let me tell you, I sleep like a baby. Okay? I sleep like a baby. And guess what? I live in a German town. Okay? These people hate my guts. You know why? Because unknowingly, did not know this, I am the only black man out of 10,000 people in the town. And I live downtown. Now, the real estate person didn't tell me that, but now I know. And I've been here for over a year. I haven't had any crosses burned in my yard. I haven't had all this. You know what they do? They look the other way. You know why? Because in their mind they say, "You know what? I don't want to fuck with him." And you know why they don't want to fuck with me? Because I don't say, "Hey neighbor, let me tell you all my business. Hey neighbor, let's go out." I mind my own damn business.
There you go. And even that sometimes can be a challenge because we both have shared the stories of you doing your thing, you working, you got your rhythm, and minding your own business is even a threat to some
Oh,
because
of
they don't
course.
know what you're thinking, they don't know your next move, and it's good that way. I
It
want to say that
scares
is
them.
good that way. Yes, it's very scary. I had a question for you.
Yes.
Um, you were speaking on that reset button. There's no do-overs.
Hmm.
And with our people, our brothers and sisters that are so talented, so lovely, so lively, and they have a lot of energy for drama,
Hmm.
what do you think would be a good approach to help them see the beauty that you see in them?
Well, the first thing is, um, ooh, that's a very difficult question, but I love that question. The first thing I can say, because I have a lot of people that I have been around, that I had to let them see the beauty in themselves, is repetition. It's constantly pushing out that positive information to them. But you also have to be a good image yourself. People are the type of individuals of face value. I know that we've talked about this, don't deal with the help. But if you did not see for yourself, and Queen, if you did not see for yourself the power that I have when it comes to individuals, the power that I have when it comes to business, if you didn't see that yourself, and that's how me and you met, I don't think that me and you would be talking on your platform. I don't think you would have invited me on your platform because this is your platform. You had to trust me in order for you to open up, in order for you to allow me to have the link to your platform. It's not like you give the link out to just anyone. Okay. It is to people that you trust because this is live. You have 6 people viewing at this moment. There were times you had 8 people viewing just a moment ago. So I can come on here and say some stupid stuff that ruin your whole thing, and people would be upset and never want to watch it again. This is being live. I can put a video on here and I can be butt naked, right? And it
Mhm.
can ruin a lot of things, your whole image that you were trying to get and you already have. So at the end of the day, like I told someone before, I won't eat your carrot unless I know that I trust you. I'm going to watch you eat that carrot first before I trust to eat a carrot from you. So what do we have to do? Here's an example. I've said this earlier. Queen, you are amazing. Do you know that? Do you know that you can do so much better? I'm not, I'm coming with all kindness. I'm not trying to, talk about you or judge you. I'm doing this because I'm doing this out of love. Sometimes with people, You have to come to them in that calmness. You know how I have that effect on the Lance show? You know, how everyone's arguing and they're screaming at each other sometimes, and then the quiet storm just comes in. Hey, how you doing, everyone? It's that mother voice. And that's the thing that you have. You have that already. You are a mother. It's like when you're talking to your child sometimes and you know that they piss you off, but you try not to curse them out and you know that angered you. It's that voice that you have. It's a voice of disappointment, but also to let them know I'm coming to you out of love. And
Mm-hmm.
that's how you have to address these people. A lot of our people are expecting for you to get all in their face and scream all at them because
Mm-hmm.
they already know that they're doing things wrong. They just need reassurance. And it's not just a one time, it's not going to happen overnight. If
Right.
you really care about that individual or those people, you have to keep saying it. Hey! And they have to see that you're still doing good. Oh, every time I speak to Queen, she's always, positive about things.
That I agree with that. That makes a lot of sense. I'm
I
just
hope
trying.
I answered your question.
You did. If and that's because that kind of confirms a lot for me, as well as it's a motivator, a confirmation, and also just to put it out there for those of us who might listen to this later, to see that, because it disturbs my spirit to see the dog fighting. Whenever we get together, it's always a dog fight, and it's like, do we have to do this every time we come together in numbers? And that's what I'm working towards. My goal is to heal that, so we can try to learn better behaviors, so that once we do come together, especially in large numbers like Lance, and even in sixes and twos and threes, sometimes just can't help it, the dog fight.
Well, I
Here we
think
go.
it's because we aren't trained and I know this will step on a lot of people's shoes, but we are trained to act this way. We have 400 plus years of training. So when you have 400 plus years of training, it just might take 400 more years past your lifetime and my lifetime of doing the same positive thinking, the same positive attitudes in order to change those things. Could it happen beforehand? Yes, but do you remember that whole thing where they say you can't train an old dog, you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
No
Now,
tricks.
some of them you can, some dogs you can, but some of them you won't. It's just like puppies. Every puppy has its own personality. You ever see some of those puppies that you know that are going to be an asshole when they get older, and they
Yeah.
end up being those assholes? Every species has those types of individuals. There are nice monkeys, there are mean monkeys, there are nice tigers, there are mean tigers. There's actually a lion that I saw a video that he was hugging and licking on people. And this is the king of the jungle. So he had a different type of personality than the other lions. It can
Mhm.
happen, but you have to understand that um, we have to find a way to connect. I think I was telling Brother Hollow this the other day. I know a lot of people don't appreciate Brother Hollow's whole let's see, his whole perspective. Well, they appreciate his perspective. It's his approach.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you don't know Brother Holler, just like if a person doesn't know you, Queen, they would think something different of you.
Hmm.
But when you understand the message behind what the person is saying, you understand their passion behind the situation. So um, you have to have a way to reach people. And I found out, being a manager, okay, at one time 2 years ago, I found out. when I was speaking to customers and I was speaking to my trainees, the 30 people that were working for me who had 30 different personalities, right? And I had to discipline them and tell them what they were doing wrong. The best advice that I could give anyone was when you're talking to people that are hostile and you know they're going to curse you out, you have to come in a different way. You have to come in a calm way, even though you don't want to and you want to curse them out. There's a lot of times I want to curse people out, to be very honest with you, and I want to go ham. Even on the radio show, even on the Lance radio show, there's a lot of times I don't agree with everyone. Believe it or not, I never agree with everyone, but you won't hear it out of my mouth. I will always stay calm because someone has to remain calm. Don't you notice how when they're screaming and they're hollering, and then I'm talking and they're screaming and hollering, and then they try to scream and holler at me, and my voice remains the same? They stop.
Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. I think, to a degree, we both have that effect
Exactly.
on, that little beast over there that kind of rears its head. Because I've noticed when I came on this morning and jumped in a little bit, they were kind of trying to rear up a little bit.
Oh, of course.
And that's true. It has to be a diffuser. And that's what I'm aiming at for our people, that part of the healing. And I like to tap into the minds of the fellas as well, because sometimes women can have a certain effect, and then other times the male energy is a little bit more effective. And I like to ask those tough questions to just keep my tools sharp, so I know which one to reach for. I'm like, Marcius, we need you.
Exactly, exactly. And the only reason I remain calm and collective the way I am is because I don't find people as a threat. And speak of the devil, isn't that a blessing when I can just look out my front window? This is where my office is, and my package is being delivered by UPS, and they're going to walk it right into my gate as we speak now, and they're going to drop it down in front of the house. Isn't that a blessing?
Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that
Yes, it
awesome?
is.
And
That
you
is
don't have to
awesome.
traffic. You don't have to, stand in line. If you're waiting on a phone call, you don't have to miss it because you just walk right to your front porch and snatch your package in the house.
But when you are a blessed individual, and it has nothing to do with religion, but when you are a blessed individual, you are calm, you are collective. Nothing should bother you. Why should you be bothered? Why give people that energy? That's what I don't understand. Even if it's our own people, why am I giving you the authority over my life, over my brain, over
Hmm.
my spirit, over my soul to upset me? Delete, dismissed, denied, goodbye.
Okay. And see,
Those
that's
are the
what
things you
Anna
have to
works
think.
with me on too, because she knows when I first came on social media, I was I was very
Oh, I
angry.
remember.
I had so much pent up anger and resentment and everything. Negative, negative, ball of negative. And that was my therapy, was venting and trying to turn that anger into something helpful, even though it was very, very raw. I didn't want to just be angry. I wanted to take it, purge it, as well as use it to say, you know what? I have been this angry before and I see what she's talking about. So, okay, let me reevaluate it and not use it for destruction, what we see our people doing to each other, and use it as to internalize it so we can productively
But you know what has
express,
helped?
to get something done with it.
You know what's helped with your situation and with a lot of our situations is to talk to each other,
Yes.
to just vent and talk to each other, and you feel so much better, don't you, after you finish talking? It
Yes.
feels like, hey, I'm not out here all by myself. Yes, someone understands what I'm going through. Yes, people don't want
Validation.
to pretend that this is not going on. And that's what helps. And I hate to keep going back to my work. Do you know that Black people are not the only ones that need that validation? Do you know out of all of those countries that I'm teaching English as a second language in, my classes, I promise you, have turned into counseling classes. Okay?
Mhm.
Because they want to hear you're amazing. And they say, really? I don't feel amazing. I'm terrible at this. I'm terrible at English. And you know what I always tell them? The fact that you are up at 5 o'clock in the morning, you are up at 12 a.m. in the morning, and you are sitting here and you're having a class with me is amazing in itself. The fact that you are doing this 30 minutes before work, it is amazing in itself. The fact that you have two languages that you know is amazing because I only know one, and it's called English.
Mhm.
Okay. The fact that you are dedicated is amazing at itself. And I've had clients that would cry over the phone, okay, Queen, because that is something that they want to hear. I had a client earlier today. I won't say his name, but the guy is a commander, okay, of the military in South Korea. Okay. And he said, I just feel like such a failure as a parent. I'm never home. And when I am home, I sit down and I spend time with them. And I told him, I said, you're not a failure. Unfortunately, in this life, we have to work in order to survive. I said it is the short term memories, the good memories of my dad came home and he read a book to me, or my dad told me he loved me, are the things that your children will remember for the
Mhm.
rest of their lives. Do you know what I remember? I remember the time that my father came to the school and he brought me a turtle, and the turtle was Fred. He surprised me, and I was 5 years old. That was one of the most amazing things that he's ever did. Even though he did a lot of things, it was the fact that he surprised me with something so simple. Do you know,
Mhm.
I remember when I wasn't feeling well that day and I fell on the ground and my father woke me up and I was laying on the bed, okay, Queen? And when I woke up, my father said, are you okay? And I said, what happened? He said, you fell on the ground. And he picked me up and he carried me upstairs to my room and
Mhm.
made sure I was okay. Love is what
Love.
we remember.
Mhm.
Every person, every person, I'm losing my voice here. I'm going to have to go here in a second. But every person in this world, what I've noticed out of speaking to over 5,000 plus people, okay, Queen? 5,000 people. Out of 5,000 people I have spoke to, they're all looking for love. They're all looking for appreciation. They all want to know that they are doing okay. Isn't that amazing?
It is. And it's so accurate. It's so very accurate. I've noticed that as well. I can definitely say people need and want to be loved and accepted and appreciated as well for their effort. Not so much for the ego. It's more for their spirit, their psyche. They want to know that they're doing a good job and their efforts are not counterproductive to their goal. And
And,
when you confirm that and validate that and verify it, it does. You are so right. It goes a long way.
I had someone tell me, a friend of mine that said they listened in to one of my meetings with one of my clients, and they said, "Why are you lying to them?" And I told them, I said, do you remember when we were a little boy and a little girl, how we knew that we weren't doing very well at school, but our
Mhm.
parent told us, you are doing a wonderful job. You are doing an amazing job. Do you remember those types of things? And if you do, you knew that they were lying their ass off. Do you remember that someone told you in your life that, you know what, you are going to grow up to be an amazing woman? You're going to grow up to be an amazing man. But you were just so scared as a little boy. You were so scared as a little girl. And you didn't think that you were going to be this amazing person that you are today. It
Mhm.
was because someone put that out in the atmosphere and you started to believe it. So, yes, m- do sometimes I lie? Yeah, I tell a little bit of a white lie. But guess what? At the end of the day, I would rather lie to you and say these things than for me to lie to you and or for me to sit here and bash you. I would rather to always say, even if you are the shittiest person ever, I would rather say, you know what? You are just something else. You are a wonderful person. Because that will make you think for a moment. Did this MF say that I was amazing? I ain't amazing. I know I'm a hellraiser. But one day you come back, you're not going to be a hellraiser. The atmosphere changes when you push out positivity instead of negativity. And if we can learn to say, you know what, Queen, you are just such a beautiful woman. You are an amazing woman. Now that's not a lie, by the way. But if we can say those things, if we can practice saying wonderful things to each other,
Mhm.
it would be an amazing thing.
Yeah. It is. It's catchy. It's very contagious. And I don't know. I guess I always felt kind of like by default that, okay, this situation is already bad enough. We have a clash. So if I start to point out the positive things in this, you know, that might turn it around. You know, it just might turn it around and get people to really see differently, not just see each other different, but see themselves different, which is most important. It's how you see yourself.
Well, I changed my profession. When I first started off, I was just um, an English teacher. Okay. I was just teaching English. And let me tell you something. I didn't know that my purpose in life was to be a motivator, was to be that friend that you needed. Um, you know, People always ask me, Queen, how do you get such wonderful reviews? I'm going to show you something here in a second, Queen, while we're talking, and I'm going to show you a survey that was done, actual proof, a survey that was done by 5,000 people that I have taught. Okay, and it will show you that I have a 93% approval rate for 5,000 people that I have taught. And it's amazing to me. And the reason why I have that is because of the simple fact that I always tell them that they can do it. I always motivate them. I tell people I have the easiest job in the world because motivation and saying friendly things and wonderful things to a person is the easiest thing in the world. Don't you agree?
Yes, it is to me. It is easy to do that. It's easy to say positive things about someone, whether you really know them or not. You can still find something positive and genuine to say about a situation and a person. And when you find it going, excuse me, into a ditch, I think that's the first thing you should reach for is, you know what, this isn't going well. However, I did enjoy talking to you and I learned a lot and I'm glad I talked to you. So before it goes too far in the wrong direction, I'm going to say I had an amazing day with you. I had an amazing time with you and you have a great day.
That's just for this month. I gotta find the one that is not for this month, but I sent it to you in your Facebook. I have to
Okay.
find the one for the whole year, but that's just an example um, of the satisfaction.
Oh, these are.
Say that again.
Amazing. Wow. 156 surveys.
That's just for the month. I'm going to find the one with the 5,000 here in just a second. But it's in my email. Amini, no, I'm not involved in publishing. To be honest with you, I have so much stuff going on. Just so much stuff going on that I just don't have time, to be honest with you. I just don't. But I have to find the one with the large percentage here. I have a lot of emails, so forgive me.
This is really, 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 really beautiful right here.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I like to show proof because a lot of times, as people, as African Americans, as Black folks, the one thing that we love is proof. Enough talking about it, it's about proof,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Mm-hmm.
And if it kills me, I am going to find that survey. I cannot believe I lost it. A lot of times I don't pay attention to the surveys um, because it's just surveys telling me something that I already know. But when I find it, I am going to let you know. And I'm so sorry.
Well,
I'm just chatting away.
I absolutely love this. You know me. I get tired sometimes of doing all the talking now. So, well, I like
But
to share.
but it tells you, looking at that, it shows you the power of positivity, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And they
It
don't
does.
lie. Definitely you can't make that up. You can't invent those numbers when you're dealing directly with the public like that on an intimate level of teaching, connecting
Mhm.
like that. Those don't lie because we often say nobody asked me for this poll or this statistic or this survey. This is directly from the source, from the people who you interact with, you know.
Exactly. Exactly. And it's amazing. It really is. Um, to know that you can touch so many people's hearts when it comes to speaking to them and not even know. Oh, I found it. I think I found it. Is this one of? I have so many emails. Forgive me.
I'm kind of juggling two devices here because some of my apps are not working on here for some reason. So I'm going over to the computer to do something real quick. But that is
I
really
found part of it. I didn't find the other one. I have to keep looking for it. But here's the other numbers. The numbers are increasing. Um, and surveys don't lie. These are actual surveys from people. And when it says student satisfaction, it is the satisfaction of the clients. We call them students because they are my students. Um, Now look at the numbers with that. I just
okay.
sent you the second one. I haven't found the 5,000 one yet, but that's the other one I received. But going back to my point,
Wow.
is there is this the work from home proof? Just curious. Yes, it is, Omni. It is the work from home proof. Um, so I haven't found the other one, but when I do find the other one today, I will let you know. I have 17,000 emails, by the way.
Oh. I'm there with you. I can relate to that.
And I do apologize. I'm like a clutter person with emails because I save everything, you know.
Me too. I do too.
But that the other one I showed you with the 88% from over 1,856 students, you know, and 98% of them submitted. Um, those are hard numbers to get.
Yeah.
That means that overall, yes, Omni. Yes, so Omni has done those surveys for for professors, and it's difficult. There's no incentive. They have to be honest. You know, with the surveys. I want honesty. I want constructive criticism, and this is anonymous. Okay, I don't
Mhm.
get to see their names of who's submitting the surveys. Mm.
And teaching is I'm just preaching to the choir, but for everybody else, teaching is a very difficult job. It takes a lot of energy, and you have so many different personalities to deal with.
Yes,
Sometimes you wonder, are they listening? Do they hear you? Because you have to repeat a lot. And then your style of teaching, they might not be used to, might be new to a lot of
and it
the
is.
that you have. So you have to kind of slow down, slow your pace, be more deliberate in your speech and enunciation. And that is tiresome.
It
Even though
is.
it's a necessary tool to know how to use, it's exhausting.
Just think, I teach anywhere from 40 to 50 hours worth of classes a week. In an average time frame lately, I have been teaching, let's see, 10 students, so that's 6 students a class. So about 40 to 50 students. No, I have the other client. So in total, that's just one client for that. So in total, I teach over 70 students a day.
That is a lot. 70 a day.
Yes, 70 a day.
Wow.
Hmm.
That and the average in school, what is 30, 35 students to a class now? Like
Yes. Hmm.
in a normal traditional classroom?
Hmm. And my classes only last 45 minutes.
That's astounding.
So I have to get a chance to focus on 5 to 10 students a class in 45 minutes. Hmm.
And see, that's what I love about the connections I've been making since I have purged that toxic anger. Nothing have been coming my way, and that says a lot for the journey of healing. Not to ring my own bell, but ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. Healing is important to evolutionary changes and things happening to you that you never would dream in a million years. When I look back just 5 years,
Hmm.
true, I had a big beautiful home in Chicago. I was comfortable, all my bills were paid, and I didn't have a care in the world when it came to if I wanted to hop in the car or take a walk or go on vacation. But internally I was miserable, and I was battling depression, and it
Hmm.
came out in anger. And I'm just thankful that I knew better than to take that anger and use it as a weapon. Instead, I was able to just be able to translate it into a teaching tool and say, see how pissed off I am? This is why, and this is what I want you to do if you ever get this pissed off. I was able to do that. And because I was able to purge and release and share it and talk and be validated, I find myself treating myself much better and attracting very beautiful, talented people such as yourself. And
And I
also,
know a lot of times that you are amazed at a lot of things that I have done. And I've showed you some pictures when I was an announcer for a NASCAR division dirt racetrack.
yeah,
You know, and a lot of people didn't believe me with that. They said, "Oh, he's a liar." You know,
because it's hard to get into that industry as a black person. Let's just keep it real.
it is.
It's very difficult to get into that in any category. It does not just a driver, because like you said, if you say I work for um, Black and Decker, that doesn't mean you're a carpenter.
Hmm.
You could be sales, you could be marketing, you can be anything under Black and Decker. Same thing for NASCAR. That is very amazing to me because they had it sold up for so long. They didn't want us in there.
And I left, by the way. I never get fired from any of the places that I work with. I just want to say that FYI, I leave places once I feel that my journey has been done there. And I'm not going to be in the industry I am in forever right now. After a while, you will hear my voice on YouTube videos, um, national wide on YouTube videos, on those commercials that you see. That's my next plan. I have a lot of people that I know in the industry, and Angie, we know a person in common that I know in the industry, in the voiceover industry, the radio movie industry. So,
Mhm.
I know a lot of different people, but I have to take things at a pace. My ancestors are pulling me into a direction that I have to follow. I have to follow through this plan in order to get to the next level.
Absolutely. It's a plan. And just when what even with the place in my life right now, personally, when I think things are falling apart and I don't know what to do and I'm starting to kind of panic a little bit, I've learned a lot just in these few short months from May till now. Because I think you and I met in May, June, right?
Yes, correct.
Around middle of May.
Hmm.
Yeah, 'cause it was right before Mother's Day. It was just before Mother's Day. So you
Yes,
were
it
my
was.
new brother for Mother's Day, a great present. And
Yes,
just from May to now, it's a lot of changes in myself that I see, and just the patterns that I used to have are going away. I'm outgrowing that. And it's
yes,
starting to really make a huge difference in stability as far as making those connections, maintaining those connections, and not having it be one sided. And having people around me that are just as powerful, if not more so, than I am, because I like to reach up. I like to reach up and really try to stretch myself to see what can I learn from this person? How can they feed me just like I feed them? What differences and contrasts are there so that it actually
yes.
is complementary to your journey? You're learning more. You're stretching yourself. That comfort zone is no longer a comfort zone. It's just adding to your knowledge base. You know,
Exactly.
that's what I want people to see when I do this, as well as my little, diatribes, and I tell why I'm irritated with certain behaviors. It's okay to say that you don't know something. It's okay to say, I've never experienced that. I never met anybody black who worked for NASCAR that wasn't sweeping up the track and taking the garbage out. You know,
Exactly.
I never met anybody that was picking up the pieces of the shredded tires off the side of the track. I never met a black announcer for NASCAR. That's
Yeah.
history.
Nor have you met an announcer for a racetrack before. You know, a lot of people were amazed, even still to today in my county when sometimes I go out. I told you I have a very secluded life. I don't go outside very much, to deal with the general public. I usually shop elsewhere, but when I'm talking, people are like, "Wow, you have such a familiar voice. Where have I heard your voice before?" And I said, "You've probably heard it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the race. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to our winner, our trophy winner Brad Pitt or Angela Bassett, whatever the person's name is. So that's where they hurt. And I'm also on the local radio around here on the FM station, KFTM 1490. You know, so that's where they hear my voice at. I've done a lot of different things. I just don't, it might come off as I'm bragging. I'm not bragging. I'm just trying to tell you where this little ghetto Chicago boy who grew up to be a man has been, and where other black little boys and other young men can go in life.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's why I like when you're able to come in and visit for a while, and you sacrifice your beauty sleep for us. It's a
Mm.
very huge blessing and gift, to have. And I like to mix it up. I don't want just the girls. We need the guys and the girls. We need some of both. So I like this, and it's inspiring people to talk and ask questions and get to know you a little bit more, get to know me a little bit more through whom I'm connected with. And we're sharing our journey through evolution and growth and our abilities, which is why not? Why not? Every other culture does it. We talk about what white folks ain't doing and what Mexican folks don't do that black folks do. They embrace Cinco de Mayo, hello, and they make it known. They embrace their talents, and a lot of them will tell you, I'll hire my own first. Sorry, gotta look out for my peoples. And that's what I want to do in this little corner over here. I want to look out for my own people now. I want to highlight my own people. I want to boost my brothers up. I want to tell the rest of the world that my brothers are the shit. And I want to show it. Like I say, I don't bring anything but the varsity squad, nothing but the best. Okay, we don't warm the bitch over here. We get things done. And that's what I like. And it's okay to have a little braggy moment. It's okay to pat yourself on the back and say, look, hey, I did some things that I don't think none of y'all have done just yet now, have you? Okay, so I have a little something to share. You can take what you need, what works, what helps, what heals, and the rest, hey, if you want to jump off a bridge, that's fine, but I'm just here to share. And, hopefully touch somebody, inspire somebody. That's what I'm about, and that's why I like doing this, because it's much needed. We do. We need it. We need to pop our own collar for a change.
And I agree with you. One of the things that I find to be one of the most amazing thing is that what the power to be has given me, what our ancestors have has given me, and you know what that is? Something that I've been asking for a long time. Angie, Queen. You know, I used to ask a lot for to be a millionaire. Okay, when I was a little boy, I always say, "Oh, please, please, let me be a millionaire. I want to be a millionaire." But I
Hmm.
never knew that I wasn't going to get those $1 million. What I got in return was something that was so much more valuable. And you know what that was? It's that it's that presence that I have. It's that voice, that velvet voice, as they say, the golden voice or the $1 million voice. If you would have met me 8 years ago, you would have never knew who I was because my voice was different. This voice came to me 8 years ago in the
Hmm.
time of need, and it has improved. If you were listening to some of my old videos, you would say, your voice sounds so much more mature, so much better. And as I get older, the older I become, the better my voice becomes. And I found my purpose was to use my voice for the better need, for the better good. One thing that I never mentioned is that what I also do is at this moment, I teach children who are in Brazil and also children who are in South Korea. They are in their classrooms, and I come on a video and I teach them. We go over grammar, we go over sentences, and I help them with role plays that I create. And these students are located in poor areas. Okay, that's a new thing that I started a month ago. And you should just see how amazed our brothers and sisters are over in Brazil, the ones who are dark skinned like us, who look like us, how they're so amazed that someone from America, and to people, we're like the greatest country in the world, but they're not expecting, this wonderful voice, this man that looks like them, this black man to be their teacher. And it's just so amazing to see the awe on their faces and to touch them and to tell them that you are beautiful, you are amazing, and you will make it in life. Do I get paid a lot of money for the 5 hours a week that I do that with them? No, I don't even get compensated that much for that. But it's the fact that I do it because I want to change someone's life. Could I be making double or triple the amount that the school pays me? Yes. But it's not that. It's the passion that I have for helping.
Yeah, that's the key word is passion. Without the passion, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. And I see a passion for us wanting to rip each other apart all the time, a passion for drama, wanting to absorb drama, a passion for wanting to entertain the most, lowbrow, disgusting things. But I don't see a passion for wanting to help fix it or turn it around or repair the damage that not only others have imposed upon us, but what we've imposed upon each other. Oh,
And
hey
you,
everybody, XELPXOXO. And we had another person come in too. I missed their name. But hey everybody, thank you for coming. Don't forget to hit that support button over there. It's Friday. And we are working over here, healing, teaching with my brother Marcius. And I love that they call you your students Marcius.
yeah,
But I don't see a passion for love and healing like I need to see, you know?
at the end of the day, one of the new projects that I'll tell you, Angie, Jesus, Queen, I'll tell you, Queen, and you got to catch me a day that I'm not exhausted. I'll tell you, Queen, one of the things that I'm excited about is two projects that are coming up. One of them is coming up on next week. It is for France. It's for Paris. And I will have some students out there. And what's amazing is what I've learned that we have Black people all over the entire world. They're everywhere in every country. They're just hidden. Even in Mexico, there are Black people. They're everywhere. We are everywhere. And they hide them away because they don't want us to know that we are not the minority, that they're actually the minority. But at the end of the day, that's one of the projects. And the second project is before this year is up, I will be signing a contract to enter into the motherland, into Africa. And that is something that I am just so excited about. That's a dream of mine to teach English to the African children.
That is so beautiful. You
Isn't it?
know, as I mentioned to you, my partner in crime, my new honey,
Exactly.
he teaches English too, and he speaks 4 different languages.
That is amazing.
Really beautiful thing to see. Very beautiful.
And it goes back to the image. I know a lot of people say, oh, I have some family members, Queen, who get on me and they say, you know what? You are such a fool because I told you I quit a job that I was making $50,000 a year being a team lead, a sales operation for a $6 billion company to teach English. Okay. And a lot of people say, man, you are crazy. I would have stayed at that job forever. You trying to teach English? Really? Are you serious? I said, well, that's just my journey. That's where our ancestors are taking me. You know, my journey is my whole goal is to change the image one by one. Even if there's just one person that I can touch their lives in every country out of those 120 countries, Queen,
Mm-hmm.
when they see my black chocolate beautiful self, you know,
Right.
um, you know, that's just something that is amazing to me. Is to change the image. It's needed. It's needed. We
It
have
is.
to start creating our own movies, even if they're B-rated movies. Everything adds up. We have to start creating our own streams. Everything adds up.
It does. That is so true. And I just think that's so awesome. When people are reaching to connect through language like that, and then you have that bridge. You're like, well, it's my native, and it's your second. I just think that is really a beautiful connection. They want to learn about America, Americans so much, and I want to learn English. So I can relate. That's the best way is learning the language.
Yes, it is, and I'll be honest with you. I'll tell you something. The only one of the only reasons that these business people, and you have some who are just stoned down racists. Let me tell you, Queen, racism just don't exist in the USA. It exists worldwide. As soon as they see my chocolate self come on camera, it scares the bejesus out of them. Okay, it
Hmm.
frightens them. And but as soon as I open up my mouth and say, "Good morning. How are you, Queen? Good to see you. Let's get started with our class. Please introduce yourself on today. Let me introduce myself." Silence.
Hmm.
How you can change a person who is racist into a person for that moment that will sit there and listen to you because it's the presence that you have.
Yeah, that is the truth. Very true. Very true. And I see a lot of people with that gift that to be able to hush. I used to question, like, did I say something wrong? Because that hush that comes, you're like, okay, I had to get used to it. You know, when I speak, people are like, did that come out of her? Yeah, that was me. I don't know what they expect. I don't know what they think you're supposed to sound like.
Well, I had a person that said, and several people, not just a person, several people who said, I was in the store and they said, wow, oh my God, you speak perfect English. And, the first thing I wanted to turn around and say, wow, you speak perfect English to be a European, because it's an insult for a lot of them because they're like, I'm white, not European, but that's where your continent is
Mm-hmm.
from. You are from the continent, you're of Europe. Okay. So I wanted to come back with a comeback, but I didn't. But I get that a lot. People are like, whoa, wow, what are you? American? No, 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 really. Where did you come from? America?
Right.
FYI, I no longer use African American when it
I mean,
comes to people. I'm not trying to get away from my roots, okay? But it's not your right to separate yourself. Um, it's not your right to separate me from a country that I was born in. That's the part I'm at now. If you notice, well, a lot of people don't know this. When you are speaking to people from overseas, they ask you, what nationality are you? They don't ask you, I'm African American. Once you tell them that you're African American, they will get confused because in their countries overseas, they are what? Uh, I'm Spaniard. I'm Brazilian.
Yeah.
They're not Afro-Brazilian. They're not Afro-Spaniard. I'm Italian. Italian. I'm Peruvian. You know, At the end of the day, I'm American. Okay. And I'm gonna say this: a lot of people are trying to leave. There's no diss on any of our brothers and sisters, but I'm not going nowhere. I'm sorry. I am not going anywhere. I'll come visit over in Africa because I have a journey here. Everybody has a different journey, okay? But my journey here is to fight for the voiceless ones, to fight for our ancestors who died on this soil. It is my duty to make sure that I can remind you every time you see my chocolate self that they once were here. Everybody has their different journey. And this was something, Queen, that we were talking about earlier that I was trying to explain to some of the radical people that said, we got to go. We got to go. We got to go. Let's all pack up. Let's get out of here. Okay. Yep. All right.
Right. Yeah,
You know.
I would like to leave only because I want to explore more of
Mhm.
the countries and what's out there in the world. It's such a big place, to lots to see. And thankfully, I can say that I was able to leave the country a few times and visit, to the continent and other places. But I need a break. I need a little break from America. And
No, no, everybody doesn't have it like I do. That's the thing about it. And I understand that. Everybody doesn't have the life that I have that I can separate from America. In literal terms, and you know this, Queen, I can sit in my house and I can survive for months on times, years on time. And, because all my work is from home. I can have every food item delivered. You get my point?
yeah.
Because the UPS guy, the FedEx guy, they're used to coming and opening up the gate and leaving it. It's the same folks over and over. The mail person's used to putting the mail in there and never seeing me. What's so amazing is that the other day I went outside to go get the mail, and the mailman said, "Oh my God, I haven't seen you in over a year. How you been?" Because that's just how it is.
Yeah, the work and home community, though, we are a very reclusive breed of people. It's true. I get that a lot too. They're like, "Where have you been?" And I'm like, "Hey, I've been here. Just been
Exactly.
hiding." Yeah.
But what we have to understand is we all have our different journeys and we can't beat each other down. You understand what I'm saying? And I think what happens is we end up beating each other down so much that we don't understand your journey is different than my journey.
Mhm. Mhm.
Maybe your journey is to go overseas to Africa or go overseas to Europe or wherever you need to go, wherever they're sending you. But my journey is right here. Because what's going to happen to all those people that can't go over there to Europe or Africa? They're here.
They're here. They're stuck here for the most part. you know. And a lot of us, we feel as if we're stuck, and it is impossible to leave because of the tactics and the programming and on and on and on. And that's why I encourage people. It is not as hard as what the government and the media want you to believe, for us to leave the country. Now, they do put us through a little bit now, but it's not as hard as what you think, because I just always encourage you should try to visit as
Mhm.
many different places as you can outside of America, because there is a huge difference in just, Morocco for a change. People have, that sense of village, of community. People will come into your home if you're there, say, cooking dinner, and they know you have a job. The neighbors will come and help you clean your home, help you prepare a meal, you know, make sure you have what you need. And it's not about, don't knock on my door and borrow a cup of sugar. It's just, they might see you passing down the street and they say, "Where are you going?" "Oh, I'm going to the market." "Wait, no, come over here. I'll feed you." So you have more to bring back home to last you. The food will last you longer. "Let me feed you today." So you'll have that to extend through the week. So you have more to go around. It's very different. And that's kind of what I'm
Mhm.
saying when I say I need a break, because Americans, we so selfish. We're very selfish
Of
and we're
course.
very abusive when someone is in need, even if it is just a plate of food or, a loaf of bread. You get talked about and teased and you on welfare and all this. It's just we're so unevolved when it comes to collective unity
Of
and
course.
really helping each other. Human concern.
You
We're
know,
so immature and unevolved.
it reminds, I think I told you this story. This was about 2 weeks back. I think I told you about it. I seen this brother who was out in standing by the gas station out the next town over. And I was surprised because, black folks ain't for another hour and 30 minutes, you know. And he was sitting out there with a shirt, without a shirt, and he was hiding in, like, it was by the highway. He was hiding, and I was wondering what is wrong with him. Why is all those white folks over there looking at him and picking at him? And I had pulled over my car, and I got out the car and I said, "Hey, everything okay?" Because I was saying, what is he doing out here? I hope everything's okay. You get my point.
Mhm.
And basically, he had said that he hurt his foot. And I said, well, my brother, I said, my brother, have you ate? Because I knew he was homeless. Because, what are you doing sitting over here? You get my point. We know we're from Chicago, so we know a homeless person when we see one, correct? The
Right.
homeless person comes in all forms, shapes, you know. And basically, long story short, my heart was touched. And I took my credit card out and I spent $50. It wasn't much, but $50 on him. And he didn't have anything to eat. And he said that he haven't eaten in over 3 days. And I was shocked. I was shocked. So when we went in the store, the white lady, she said, "He can't come in here. He can't come in here." And I said, "Well, he's with me." And she said, "Okay, Mr. Williams." And basically, I told him, "Go and get yourself something." The poor man went over there, Queen, and he got himself a bottle of water. And he said, "I'm done." And I said, "Sir, grab you something else." And so he grabbed himself a sandwich. And do you know I had to get a bag and force him to get sandwiches, to get tater chips, to get cookies, to get donuts, to get little different things. Brought him 7 different juices, got him ice, etc. And do you know that the white folks in the gas station stared at him the whole time? And he had this look on him that he was in fear for his life. He had this look on him that it was embarrassment. And I told you, Queen, that I've been there before, almost homeless. So I know how that feels. I know how it feels. It feels like you are ashamed, you know, because the way people treat you, they make you feel like you're less than nothing, not knowing that one day they could be in that man's place. So my heart was touched. And I gave him
Mhm.
a hug. And the one thing I told him, I didn't care that we were in the gas station and everybody was looking. I said very loud to him, I said, "Don't ever give up. You are a wonderful person. And when I hugged him, I felt his spirit, a spirit of pain, a spirit of depression, a spirit of just want to cry and cry out. And we have so many of our brothers who have that. The
Yeah,
suicidal rate is so high with our brothers and our sisters
it is
because they
true.
feel that no one cares, no one loves them. And I tell you, I can still feel it right now. I really can. I, the feeling of gratitude for myself that I had that $50 to give him, it
Mhm.
felt so good.
Yeah.
It felt so wonderful. And it feels wonderful to give to our brothers and our sisters. And for all the people that are listening, hit the donation button because it feels good to give. It really does. It feels good to help another person. I remember I donated to you. It wasn't much, but the gratitude that you had, I couldn't stop thinking about that. It made me cry.
Oh,
It did.
yeah. Well, when you've been through it yourself, like Omni said, I've been on both sides of that fence, as have I, and that's why I tell people when they do come to me, our pride stops us from doing a lot of stuff. I don't ask for handouts, should always, earn your keep, even if you have to wash dishes and do windows. We were taught that coming up. And true enough, a hard day's work never, never loses. However, it's just sometimes where you're caught, where you don't have any means of earning anything and you just have to ask. And when people come and ask me, could you help me? I gladly, with very little question, especially my own people, I have very little question. Yes, I have it. Here you are. Just don't even worry about explaining because you already clearly been through enough. So I don't want you to have to relive that anymore. Here you go. And that right there, being able to do that is so satisfying. It's more than satisfying. You know.
And my daughter, she's been with me in a lot of situations, and it's just the look of awe on her face. She's actually came to me one time and say, "Why did you do that?" And I told you she's a teenager herself, and uh, a lot of things are amazing for her. One of another thing that I did, we were in the store, and this was sometime 2 years ago that I can remember because I'm always doing something, and I'm not saying these things to brag. Okay, I'm saying these things to just show you if I can do it, you can too. It just takes just a little bit. A little bit helps. A little bit can change a person's life. I was in 7-Eleven, okay? And there was these two little boys, two little black little boys, and there was this young lady. She had to be no older than like, let's say 19, 20 years old. She had on these booty shorts, um, and this tight shirt. And she was ringing up, and the Caucasian guy, he said, "You don't have enough on your card." And she said, "Well," she told the kids that you need to give me those drinks back, the Slurpees. They were $3 total, and she had some stuff herself. So she put it all back up there. The man went and he threw the Slurpees in the garbage instead of, I'm thinking he's going to be kind. And as she was about to walk out the store, I don't know what gets over me. I had my last $20 in my pocket. And I told her, young lady, come on back in. Because I fight with myself a lot of times. I'll be honest. I do. I fight myself all the time because I'm like, if you don't stop, you are going to be broke. Because I'm always giving. Okay.
That's
I'm
yeah.
always giving my last. And she came back in. The kids were crying. And I told the man that I would pay for $20 worth of stuff, give her stuff back. So she got her stuff back and she went in the back to fix those kids some more Slurpees. And just the smile on those little kids' face were priceless. And we walked out, and what was so sad about the situation was she said, if you can meet me on the side, I can do a little something for you. And
Oh,
I told her, young lady, I'm young too myself. I said, let me tell you something. You are beautiful. You are amazing. And not every black man wants what's between your legs or what's in your mouth. I said, I didn't do this for a sexual favor. Okay. I did this because you deserve it. And she started crying. And I'm telling you this, and, my wife tells me all the time, you have this thing that you make people cry. And I said, I don't do it on purpose. I really don't. And
Yeah,
I'm sure those kids never forgot that. You know,
I'm sure they didn't, and nor did their mother. And that's me as well. I share that same, energy of giving until I am hurting. Hence why I'm here now doing what I'm doing.
but it will
Um,
come back to you.
it comes back. That's my point. Exactly my point. It comes back. It might not come back in the lump sums that we give it out, but it comes back. When you put out good, you will get back good. When you share, whether it's your last, whether it's a little bit or a lot, it's the intent behind it, the energy you put behind sharing what you have. It makes a world of difference. You can't say it any more ways than we've already said it. And I just don't get it with our people when we feel we have to debase and degrade each other because we're lacking or we're hurting or we're, missing something that we need. When it's food, shelter, something to eat, a little kindness goes a long, long way, you know. And it doesn't take much, just like you said, the $20, $5, you know.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree with you. And, I always tell people that's one of the reasons why I believe that I'm not a multimillionaire. Because if I was a millionaire, oh my God, I would just be going around blessing people. I would be going around blessing people. And one of the things, my goal, um, when I met you, Angie, I remember there was a lot of hurt involved. And I gotta stop saying your name, Queen. When I met you, there was a lot of hurt. There was a lot of anger, and most black women that I meet, there's a lot of hurt. There's a lot of anger sometimes, and this is not to call you out or anything. I've met a lot of people. There's a lot of hurt, a lot of anger. But my goal has been to change the outlook of Black America, to change the outlook and be that a different Black man. I've always wanted to be that exception, and that's what I'm trying this year. I'm trying to turn that hate that a lot of our Black women have for Black men into a love. I'm trying to change that hate that a lot of the Black men have for Black women for some odd reason into love. I want us to connect. It feels so good talking to one another, doesn't it, Queen? It feels wonderful. I think we lost Queen here for a second. Let's see. Did we lose you? Okay, she's back. Very good. Welcome back, Queen. We lost you for a second. But we have to get back to connecting. We have to get back to connecting with one another. And I hope that we all can make it a goal of our own this year. Um, I hope that we can make it a goal of ours to, instead of spitting out hate, instead of spitting out anger, that we can constantly say amazing things about one another. Welcome back, Queen.
Thank you. I had to refresh. I don't know, my signal dropped real quick, so I'm coming on back there. I hope everybody's still in the chat room, are they?
Yes, they are.
Okay, good. Sorry, everybody.
And I understand. I understand, you know, that black women are tired. I understand.
Yeah, and I know you guys are too. Um, tired of being stereotyped, and just like we are, tired of being objectified, tired of being labeled standards, low morals, and it's
Because
very
it
refreshing.
looks
Like,
bad.
look, it does. It looks horrible, and it's very refreshing. Like Omni said, I have to agree with her too. To come in contact with people, guys and girls, women and men who don't expect something in return for their kindness. They're not programmed and conditioned and groomed with, well, I was nice to a woman, so now she owes me her body. Or, this guy was nice to me, so now he's entitled to abuse me and debase me.
I know the power that I have, and I know that it's dangerous. The power that I have can go one or the other way. It can be used for the good, or it can be used for the bad, because I've studied women for a long time, believe it or not. I've studied our people for a long time, and I know the key factors that women are looking for. And one of those things is love. The other thing is a kind word and a hug, and to know that that person is not trying to get into your pants. But some guys who have that power, who have that knowledge, they choose to use it to take advantage of women because they know they can. I have a lot of women all the time throw their self at me, literally, Queen, throw their
Mhm.
self at me because they feel, okay, he's the one. But I'm taken. Why are you throwing yourself at me? You know, you get my point? And a lot of them don't even care that I'm in a relationship. A lot of them don't care. They still try and throw themselves at me. And I can't allow myself to be in that predicament. For me, a reputation is everything. And I keep telling
Mhm.
people, say, why you could have any woman you want, man. You could be a Mac. If I had your type of talent, if I had all of your know-how and the charm that you had, I had chicks falling all over me. They'd be eating out my hand. But that's you, not me. For me, my reputation and respect for me is greater than any piece of vagina.
Thank you. That's something else that I always wonder, and I'm looking deeper into the why part. You know me, I'm like, why that? Um, why is that such an anomaly to have black women and men who choose to hold a higher standard? Why does it have to be attacked as, either you think you're better or you're a simp if you don't act like a man thought? Um, you're weak if you don't take advantage of every woman that does put herself out there and who is vulnerable. That makes you somehow, you know, on the negative end of that equation for not exploiting people.
Well, I've been called a lot of those things. I've also been called, quote unquote, as they say it, and excuse my language, you ain't nothing but a faggot, because I didn't want to sleep around with young ladies, because, of course, I'm young, the typical person my age, they're knocking boots, as they say, you know. But for me, I've wanted to focus more on building something for myself and for my family because I know that I'm not going to stay young forever. We all have to get older.
Absolutely. That's what I think of too. I know you need some sleep. Oh, and by the way, we are halfway to our goal for today. So, y'all, help me out here. If you want a reading, you can email me, two people at $10. Email readings, empathangie@gmail.com, or you can hit that support button on my channel. Two more readings, or one live reading. I'm here. All I'm doing here is promoting, and we're having a powwow. So if you want your reading today, I'm available. That's what I'm doing. But, you know, I get that a lot, where people think that, she must be using her looks or whatever to get by. She can't possibly be that smart. You know, um, I've been told all kind of stuff like that, too, on the other side of the gender thing, war, whatever this is that they would call themselves doing. And it's disheartening in a way, and I was almost discouraged for a while, because I'm like, you know what, why should I give in to this crap when I know I'm better? I know I'm better than what they're saying I am. I'm not better than anybody else, so don't y'all ignorant people go running with that. I'm better behaved, and my principles and ideals and standards are better than that. And why are you trying to label me and force me into a box that I don't belong in? None of us belong in that box. None of us should be conditioned and groomed to accept being treated and exploited like that. None of us belong in that box. And why are we still perpetuating that behavior? Why are we still enabling each other to accept that behavior?
I agree. You know, to be very honest with you, I also look at the young boys today, and I call them young boys because I don't think that they became a man, because a man takes care of his business. A lot of the young boys these days, I say, if there was a financial war, would these young black young men be able to stand up? I would say 90% of them would not be, you know, because they're not prepared. They're too busy trying to be pee whipped. They're trying to go out there and get some vagina, as I say. You know, that's what they're worried about. They're not going to stay up late nights. They're not going to, and this is not all of them, but majority of them, they're not ready.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's a mental and emotional developmental thing. Social interaction, has been retarded, and it's not. They weren't introduced properly into society, and I don't know. It seems like they're stuck in a spot, a mental stagnation, where they had some trauma occur in their life, and they can't get past that time. They can't get past that event. So they have to revert and regress in order to medicate, to block it out, so they don't have to, acknowledge that painful part of whatever happened to them.
And
Whatever they, you know,
what's sad is that they will end up being left behind. Um, I've talked about this before, but I'll say it again. United Corporations of America. That's what it's turned into. Um, our children need to get themselves prepared because it is turning into, the United Corporations. Because, America's for sale, as we know. America's for sale. And,
yeah,
if you're not prepared, overseas people are coming over here. Some of our brothers and sisters are coming over here. Some of our African brothers and sisters. They're not sitting over the nice ones. They're sitting over the ones who don't care about you and your struggle. They're sitting over the ones over here because they're going to be your competition.
that's right. That is the truth. It's really time to really start looking deeper, and stop going with the face value like you were mentioning before. It's time to really start digging deeper and figuring out what is our true purpose and calling, and why are we accepting these titles and labels and images that, it's just like, okay, this is what you are, okay, fine. Since that's what you say I am, that's what I am. I'm dependent on your resources, I'm dependent on your industry and your capitalism. I need that to survive. So, and it's so, that's so far from true, because we are really not the minority. We're really not. And I'm just so tired of that word, these labels and all of that, and I know it's everywhere you go, but you know, just experiencing different countries and different ways of life and how people were raised, and what their cultures, belief systems teach them. Humanism, teach them how to be humanists, lovers of humanity. And I'm sorry, it's very little of that I'm seeing here anymore. It takes a great catastrophe now to get people to come together and not see color, skin color, not see culture differences, not see that, that wall barrier, that invisible wall of racism that divides us. Even intra-racial racism is a problem. Light skin versus dark skin, pitting groups against each other. It's not like that in a lot of other places. A lot of other countries, they're like, that's just stupid. It's counterproductive to anything. If your neighbor is hungry, you feed them. It doesn't matter if they're, from China or the Philippines. It's a hungry person. You mean tell me you would let someone suffer because, you know, one or two idiots share the same culture as them?
Exactly. I agree with you. One of the problems that I had in my family in particular was, I have a large family, but what's sad is that um, my family are grooming young men to put them against me, if you get my drift. And I find it to be absolutely ridiculous.
It is.
Um, you know, it's hard to explain, but I think you kind of get where I'm coming from, right?
I do.
Um, it's all about let's have someone challenge him instead of accepting that I'm great, instead of accepting that I am an individual who has done all the things that I've done at such a young age. You want to push out all these all these young men to try to pressure them into a situation. I've actually had some nephews who've came to me, some of my nephews, and told me, "Man, I can't be like you." And I said, "What do you mean? I'm not trying to make you like me." No, they just keep talking about how you've done this and how you've done this and how I need to do this and that. And I said, a lot of things you can't do what I did. That was my destiny. That's my hard work. And it's sad because instead of my family members working with me to uprise and uplift these young men in my family, a lot of them are not. They're just fighting against me.
Yeah. And that speaks to a lot of the dysfunction and the grooming and programming too that we've been through from our elders, who set up that divisive mindset of pitting two siblings or, two family members against each other, the same
Hmm.
age group, or even a little older. That mudslinging campaign, that's character assassination, because they can't control you. They might not be able to pry into your personal life and stir that up. They can't get into your financial business, which is none of theirs. It's lots of really petty, unfortunately sad, petty, insignificant reasons why you get the pushback that you do. Because I do too. I get it too. Like, it's certain family members who don't want me around their children. Now, just like I know, and anybody else that knows me on an intimate level, I would not harm a hair on a child's head physically or emotionally. As a matter of fact, I'm an asset to children. I love children and I have my own clearly. And, I've touched the lives of many children and made a huge difference in their lives. However, we all know the bottom line to that is jealousy, envy, and just to have anything to justify their own sickness so they don't have to provoke change in their own behavior. I have to justify my hate for you, so you're not welcome in my home. Why? Well, I don't want you around my children. Why? You can't answer that. Because if you say, well, there's no real reason, then now it's call to action to change that and say, you know what, I was wrong about you. I probably shouldn't have been gossiping about you. And, to be a family member and a relative of yours, that is kind of sick. So I might need to change how I treat you. They don't want to do that. They don't want to change and improve because it takes away the justification of their sickness.
And a lot of our family members are sick. And at the end of the day, for me, what I have learned is that for the better good of myself, and this is advice for other people out there who are listening, when you have toxic people around you, you have to learn to separate for the better good of yourself. You have to learn to give them space so you can do you and take care of yourself and your family, because their toxic energy will make you angry. Their toxic energy will put you in a different place that you don't need to be in. So at the end of the day, sometimes you have to separate yourself for some time. And that's what I've done, for some of my family members. When I do see them, I hug them, I say hello, I tell them I love them, whether they say it back or not. Because at the end of the day, I have no problems with no one. I hate no one. I don't even hate white folks. To be very honest with you, a lot of people say, you hate white folks, don't you? I
Yeah.
say, no, I don't hate them. I feel sorry for them that you have to neglect such beautiful people such as African Americans, and you have to do the things that you do in order to keep your power or to remain in power. You know,
Yeah,
um,
relevant.
I don't pay them any attention, to be very honest with you.
Me neither. I
Um,
really, I'm not concerned with what they are or not doing. I don't care if they dislike me and my people. I don't care about their opinions of me and my people. What I care about is how it's affecting us and why do we care so much collectively about what they think of us and trying to change their mind. We need to take that, redirect that energy and say, we don't want you to validate us. We don't need it. We're already valid because clearly you want what we have, the energy, the innovation, the just the overall talented nature of people we are. You want to possess it. You want to take it, steal it, remix it, chop it, and screw it. So why am I worried about you, what you think, and if it's the truth or not? As a whole, we all know how we got here and why, and we know a lot of it was a lie. So now why are we still concerning ourselves with what they think and what the racist ones or the bigots think and why do they feel this way? Why are they treating us this way? We already know why. And they're not going to change. As long as ignorance is taught, as long as there are ignorant people, that's going to happen. So my granddaughter's not going to ever see the end of it. She's going to experience racism in her own way, in her own generation. So we need to unconcern ourselves with trying to have them validate their own sickness and be concerned about getting well, healing that sickness that we have, that has been passed down after generation, and alleviating some of that so that our children are better prepared for what's to come.
exactly. I had someone asking me earlier in the chat, why do we praise simps? Why do we praise homosexual males? because it's easier to deal with those types of people because you can constantly justify your anger. You can constantly justify the excuses that you make up on the reason why you treat people the way you do. But when you don't have those excuses to make about an individual, when that individual is doing wonderful with their life, when that individual is doing something with their life, you don't want to be bothered with them because you can't say the things that you want to say. You can't justify. You can't say, well, all black men are terrible, you know, but Marcus isn't. You get my point? So, all black men are homosexuals or cheaters. But I know a guy named Marcus, he isn't. you know, that's what they're not waiting for. They don't want that counter. They can't play the victim, you know, for the rest of their lives at the end of the day. So, well, and Queen, and the rest of the listening world out here, I want to thank you so much for inviting me here to share this wonderful and inspirational time with all of you. I enjoy talking to you, Queen, as I always do, but I have been up for the past 17 hours, and
Oh my
this man here is going to go lay down and get him some well needed sleep, at least 6 hours of sleep, so I can continue my day. Um, I send my blessings and my love to all of you all who are listening on today, and I hope that we can talk again. Thank you so much for sharing this time with me.
Thanks for sacrificing and coming stopping in. I thought you were just going to listen and you surprised me as usual, but you enjoy your rest and you much needed and deserved.
Thank you, and you get you some rest too. Thank you, everyone. Bye bye.
All right. Rest good. Bye. All right. That was the awesome Marcius. So he always adds a lot to the conversation. I just love his energy overall. You know, he has lots and lots to share, which is good. And it's important that we listen to each other more like this. It's very important to connect and listen to gain an understanding of each other. That's a lot of it too. Is we listen and we hear, but we don't understand, and we don't take the time to help each other understand each other. And come from a place of being together, connecting. We want to be right. We want to have the last word. We want to have the best response. We want to, move the crowd and shock the crowd, provocateurs. We want to see who we can humiliate the worst. Did the women put the black man down the worst or vice versa? We really have got to stop. Slow that train down to a halt. Turn it around for the positive. We will get more done. Trust me. And I know just with the short time that I've known him, we have touched a lot of people, made a big difference in just how to communicate better among each other. How to put ourselves first when we have to compete with that racism, that bigotry, that inhumanity that we get from other cultures. How to stand together as a unified front. And if they can't get one over on him, they definitely can't get one over on me. That's the way we need to be. So support black first. Butterfly Totem, we made some progress today. It's been such a beautiful discussion, great questions in the chat, lovely energy in the chat. Please donate to our brother Scurvmedia at gmail.com, Lance Scurvin, and Butterfly Totem is empathangie at gmail.com. The support button is right on my channel, right on the channel page, a little blue button. To book your readings, you can go there as well. I have a page at Empath Angie on Facebook. I'm adding more and more to it. I threw up a little live stream today. Please go check that out and share it. And if you know anybody who would like a reading, I have openings all day today. I'm working to my goal. We're halfway there. So we just need $20 more, and we will be at our goal. And it's a wonderful thing. It's a beautiful thing. And I want to say again, thank you to those who scheduled readings, who have emailed me and did their email readings, who have donated, just from the love of their heart and the goodness, kindness of their heart. That is a beautiful thing. I'm very grateful, very thankful for that. So it does make a difference, just to go along with what Marcus was saying earlier. It makes a huge difference to be able to give. And it's not always money. It could be your time. It could give a smile, lend a kind word, make someone smile, make someone's day, to let them know that they're worthy of the love that they feel, the love that you show them. Money goes a long way because, again, humans are the only ones that have to pay to live. And when we can do an honest day's work to earn it, that makes it that much sweeter. When someone is kind and comes along and drops off a blessing for you and you don't really have to ask for it, they just see the need there. I wrestle like that all the time too. Like what Marcus was saying. I wrestle. I'm like, you know what? I don't have that much now, and sometimes you just want to have a little something until that next check drop. And you're like, you know what? I see a need, and I know I would want someone to do that for me if I didn't have anything. So that's why I do it too, is because you just never know. You never know when you will need someone to be kind to you. And the love, for me, makes the bigger difference than the gift, if it's money or something like that. When someone feeds you and you're hungry and you don't have what it takes to get what you need, that's a relief. It's like, wow, this person cared enough to ask me, was I hungry? This person cared enough to stop, and either get me something to eat or prepare me something to eat, so that you can kind of shake it off a little bit and think, get your mind clear. That's one less thing you have to worry about. It's feeding yourself, because you got to feed your family, you got to do all kind of stuff. So kindness is free, y'all. It's free. It doesn't make us weak to love each other and support each other first. We're conditioned to put ourselves last in everything we do. You have children, you come last. For the most part, their needs come before yours, yeah. However, before you continue to burn yourself out, you have got to stop and be good to yourself first before you go to take care of anybody else. God take care of you. And once you recharge, now you can be even more effective for your children, your families, your partners. I used to get flack for that a lot, when I would take my mommy time, little 30 minutes to myself just to kind of unwind, decompress. When they were little, it was 30 minutes, 45 minutes. As they got a little older, I added on about an hour, so I'd have my me time. 1 hour? Give me 1 hour just for quiet. So when I come back, meet back with you, we can really have a good time. And people say, well, your kids come first. You can't take a break from being a mom. Oh, yeah, you can if you do it right. Just like you take a break from work, you take a break from anything that, requires a lot of energy. Sorry, y'all, Bella. But yeah, Bella was speaking. So yeah, we're halfway to the goal. Kindness is free, you know. And if we don't help to heal each other, who will? Who will help us heal? Only we know what ails us. Some of us don't, but I think, if we keep it in-house and we examine it and help each other learn, and we learn from each other and say, you know what? Maybe we can fix that. Let's try. Some of the best journeys begin with the first step. So I'm taking a step to support Black first. We need to heal. We need to evolve. We need to love each other more and care for each other's humanity more. Stop stripping each other's ego and, just being so harshly rude and crude and demeaning. It's a special art form that some of us have with being nasty, and it's just for no reason. And a lot of people are sick and they don't know it, which is unfortunate. So we're going to start with supporting Black first. When your feet hit the floor in the morning, the love challenge is to support Black first. Who can I think of that might need a little push? Before I clock out and leave work, support Black first. Who here can use a helping hand? Who here has a need that I might be able to help fulfill? Not looking for anything in return, not doing it for accolades or for show, not trying to win brownie points, cool points, coochie points, or phallus points. Just because we need to be kinder to each other. And if we all, if like the phrase go, we all we got. If we're all we have, then why aren't more of us thriving? Why aren't more of our businesses popping up? Why aren't we getting that Black dollar recirculated to benefit us more? Why are so many of us still struggling financially, spiritually, physically, medically? We all we got. So click that donate button, or that support button, I should say. It's on the channel page over there. I'm halfway. For Butterfly Totem, we're halfway there. We almost got it. So we're working hard to maintain our goal every day. Every single day is a $40 goal. So I'm working really hard today, because yesterday I got stood up 5 times. 5 times. I did so much networking and advertising and marketing. I had 5 appointments lined up where they wanted 1-hour massages, which are $70, and they all said psych. So I'm making up for lost time. And if you can donate $2, $5, it'll help me get closer to my $40 daily goal. And that goes toward our motivation forward, getting through day by day, earning our keep, making moves so we can get through this last hurdle, and be able to move forward, break ground, erect the butterfly totem in the physical form or the brick and mortar form. So, whenever I'm around or not, feel free to hit the donate button or the support button. Check out my page, empathangie, on Facebook, and then Lance Scurv. We got the Lance Scurv Show over there on Facebook. Subscribe to him on YouTube. I think he's on Instagram too. I'm not sure. Just got to kind of search him and find out what's what with that. But we're here, and we're working, and we're motivated, and happy to see everybody. I think it was another person, a David T, something like that came in. What's happening? Shout out to everybody who came in to take a peek and see what was going on over here and listen in and add to. It's been a beautiful, beautiful experience, and I'm very grateful, very grateful. But I got my work cut out for me, so I'm only $20 shy, $20 shy. So continue to be supportive of Black first. Support Black first so we can heal this nation. We got so much beauty out here, so much talent out here. We don't want to continue to watch it go to waste because we stuck. We want to get unstuck. So we have been here for quite the while. And make sure you book your readings with me. You can prepay at empathangie@gmail.com on PayPal. You can schedule your slot, and I'll be right here when you're ready to get your reading. If you want to do it today, we can. It's Friday. It's Friday. So, 4 people that are getting 5 times 4 is 20. 5 times 4 is 20. So if we got $5 each, that'll help me reach my other half of my goal, which is $40. And make sure you show some love to our brother Lance at Scurvmedia@gmail.com. Support Black first. I can't say that enough until it starts catching on. Everybody starts saying it. Support Black first. Because no diss, but Black Lives Matter, I'm getting a little tired of them, and it's not really doing anything for us, be honest with you. So we need to put our energy and intent in the right place and say, you know what? If Black Lives Matter, then we need to support Black businesses because they're falling apart. I was just reading on Facebook. I'm not sure how true it is, but there was a local business in my hometown that began to close its doors. It was a kosher butcher, Black owned and operated for many years back home in Illinois, is contemplating closing their doors because there's no patronage, lack of business, lack of support in the community, lack of acknowledgement and respect, And I know as a little girl, oftentimes our own brothers and sisters would rob that store. So being a Black owned business, whether you have products or just services, it's very hard, And unfortunately, like I said, I get a lot of abuse and a lot of disrespect more from my own than I do any other culture of people. And we need to turn that around. Address it so that we can figure out what to do to make it better. A lot of people don't get it. When I point things out and call things out, they're like, you know what? You just a troublemaker. You need to be quiet. You need to stop causing trouble and instigating stuff. I'm not instigating anything. I'm pointing it out so people can go, you know what? I noticed that too. And now that someone has finally said something about it, it's valid. I know I'm not hallucinating and making things up in my mind. So now it's time to do something about it to change it. I got that a lot from being on these shows and blog talk, and people don't like to be called out. People don't like to be corrected, especially our people. They don't like to be told that their sickness is ineffective or that is counterproductive. People don't like that, and we need to start letting go of so much ego and the unity that we need as a people to survive. Support is the best way we can make it here. Supporting one another first and putting ourselves in this place of being in control of our own destiny, our future, our children's future, by reinvesting in our own and saying, you know what, instead of asking for the hookup, I'm going to bring in people with me to spend money. just like we did on Black Wall Street. We can pick up right where they left off, use that outline, use that scheme. How did they do that? It started off real simple, started off real small. I have something, you have something else. Let's put it together and let's move on down. Okay, now we got 3 people who have 3 different services. How can we combine that together? Maybe we can't fit them together. Maybe I'll just refer you, and so on. And it takes money and time to do that. And if no one's willing to take the time and the money to do that, we're going to constantly be talking about, you know, it's going to be real hard to get Black folks to support you. Instead of that, we need to just go ahead and do it. Support. Put it out there. Don't be afraid of that person being successful before you. Don't be mad that you didn't think of it first. Don't be hating on your fellow brother or sister because you think they have more or something better than you. We did not long enough. It's old and tired now. So I'm supporting, and I'm going to support again. And my commitment is at least once a week. If I can't give anything but $1 to someone who has a Black business or service, it don't have to be for any reason, just because I want to support. I might not be able to patronize you right now. I might not need your services right now. You know, nothing has come up where I need your services right now, but I'll support it anyway. Support your business anyway. You know, because say, for example, if you're an electrician, I might not need electrical work done, but you still have expenses every month. Still have to pay bills every month. So if business is slow, that means less money to pay the bills and the employees. So to support and say, hey, here's a little extra cash to keep your business going. And I brought 5 other people or 10 other people to donate X amount of money to help you meet your goal this month and stay on top so you don't turn upside down and have to close your doors. Have to lay people off because you can't afford to hold on to all your staff. You know? There was a lot of great information shared on real estate, home buyers info, you know, investment info. We had a great conversation, nice, adult, respectful, very, very packed full of informations. It was really nice. I really enjoyed it, and I'm so glad we were able to do this again, and I'm going to continue to push forward. So hit the support button. Hit the support button before you go, and 4 people with $5. Email me your questions and I'll give you an email reading for your love donation. That'll help me get the other half of our goal done. And I don't have to be on live for you to do that. You can do it, you know, once we end the program here, the little stream. If you know, want to come through once a week, if I'm not on live, hit the donate button, say, hey, here's my $1. And then run over there to Lance Scurvmedia, Lance Scurv on YouTube. I'm subscribed. I know a lot of y'all now know more about him, hopefully. Scurvmedia@gmail.com on PayPal. Help him upgrade. And we keep upgrading him until he upgrades himself into a studio radio station / graphic design, architecture, artist. He does so much stuff. He's very talented, you know, and he's doing it out of his house. So we want to help him out to get to where he wants to be too, to further give back. He's a good photographer, an awesome artist, drawing, painting, all kind of stuff. Very, very talented brother, and there's no need for him to continue to have to work 2 jobs and do live streamings all day and have to be in his house doing it. He should have his own studio. Wouldn't you agree? I think so. So right now, for a minute, I'm going to get off of here because, of course, you know, you hear La Belle the Diva in the background. We got to take care of that. And I want to encourage you to do something good for yourself. Support Black first. Hit that donate button. Support Butterfly Totem. 20 more bucks, that's all we need. So I trust that the love is there and the support is there and the priority or putting us first, Black first. One love, one unity, one family, heal the nation. Hotep, be blessed, everybody. Be good to yourself and love on somebody today. Hit that support button. Peace out. Later, later, later.